Friday Eve. Are you always saying that?
I have never called it
You're
that.
constantly calling it. No, you're constantly saying Friday Eve.
It is the second best day of the week. You're turning into our digital show. It's Today in 30. I have a half hour of everything you need to catch you up from our show earlier this morning.
All right, let's get it started with Dr. Rochelle Walensky. She's the director of the CDC, and we talked to her about everything from COVID surge to booster shots and the return to school.
And speaking of back to school, by the way, cities are struggling to find enough school bus drivers. We're going to take a look at the problems being created for millions of families and what some districts are doing to try to find more drivers.
And then we cannot wait to introduce you to the U.S. Paralympian, who is one of the world's most decorated athletes. You've probably seen her inspiring commercial during the Olympics and the Super Bowl. You're probably still crying from that,
Yeah.
right, Hoda? Well, wait to hear more about her inspiring story and her mom, too.
Oh, I cannot wait to see that story. Jenna's got that. And also, I have a fun adventure with Hugh Jackman. We're high above New York City, so that'll be fun.
A lot of Snuggletown going on between you and Hugh Jackman, and I'm jealous. Let's get it started.
All right.
Time for Today in 30. Let's bring in the director of the CDC, Dr. Rochelle Walensky. Dr. Walensky, good morning to you.
Good morning, Savannah.
The big question this morning, if the 2 vaccine dosage is still working to prevent severe disease, hospitalization, and death, why is this 3rd booster shot necessary?
Right. So we have seen now evidence that we've been looking at just over the last week or so that has demonstrated that the vaccine is starting to wane in its effectiveness against infection. It's still holding up relatively well against severe disease and hospitalization, but we've also seen that we actually need more protection against the Delta virus. And we're starting to see in other countries that they're starting to see waning infection against more severe outcomes. So we're anticipating that that may come, and we're planning for it so we can be ahead of this virus.
Yeah, what I think you just said is there was concern that over time that the protection would wane against severe illness and death even, that essentially in some ways the 2 doses wouldn't be good enough anymore.
That's exactly right. So we're starting to see waning in infection. We think that that may result soon in waning in severe disease and outcome. We certainly don't want to see that here. And so that's why we're planning now to get ahead of it before that happens.
One of the biggest problems with the Delta variant, as you well know, is that even for vaccinated people, we now know you can get a breakthrough infection and you could be spreading it even if you don't feel sick and you have no symptoms, which is one reason we've had this explosive growth in COVID cases this summer. So here's my question. Is there hope, or better yet, data, that getting this 3rd booster shot could actually prevent transmission?
So there's actually hope. We don't have data yet. We do know that the higher levels of protection, certainly in the Alpha variant, resulted in less transmission. And we have not yet seen the data, but we are hopeful that the booster will not only protect you, give you a higher level of protection, not just against the Delta variant, but against a broad range of variants, but it might also decrease the level of virus that you have and make it less transmissible if you happen to be a breakthrough.
If the protection after the first 2 shots fades, then presumably the 3rd shot's protection fades too. It's the exact same shot. So do you anticipate this being regular boosters?
You know, I don't think we know that right now. What I will say is there's numerous vaccines where we have 2 primes of a series and then a later booster, and we don't need a boost after that. The hepatitis B vaccine would be one example. So I think we still obviously need to continue to follow the science. We need to see what happens with further variants and whether we have further variants here. But right now we're taking this one step at a time. We know we need a boost now, and we will continue to follow the science. But I don't think it's a given that we will be doing this, continuously.
I know you know that there has been criticism both abroad and also by some doctors here in the U.S. who say that getting a 3rd booster shot is unnecessary and something of a luxury item when you look around the world, and many people have not even had their first shots. I was struck by a quote from a WHO official who said it's akin to handing out extra life jackets to people who already have life jackets while we're leaving other people to drown without a single life jacket. Your response?
I don't think that this is a choice in terms of we have to choose one or the other. We're going to do both, and we have been doing both. So just over the last 2 months, we've delivered 50 million vaccines here in the United States and over 100 million vaccines across the world to 60 countries. Before the end of this year, we anticipate that we will be giving about 100 million boosters here in the United States and over 200 million vaccines around the world. This is not a choice. We plan to do both.
As you know, half of the U.S. is not vaccinated at all. Are you worried that this complicates your efforts to send a message to them that the vaccines work? Because now you're telling people, well, actually, you need a third. Does that undermine the messaging?
First, I want to say it is critically important. While we are talking about boosters to the nearly 170 million Americans who are fully vaccinated, we are still actively speaking with the 100 million Americans who are not yet vaccinated and asking them to get the information that they need to get fully vaccinated. They remain at risk of severe disease, illness, and death. When you are vaccinated with your first 2 doses of vaccine, you remain protected from severe disease and death for up to 6, 8, perhaps longer months. And so what this booster is going to do is to optimize that protection, to extend that protection longer.
All right. Dr. Walensky, good to have you with us on this important morning. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Hi, everybody. Happy Thursday. We're back with a look at Rockefeller Plaza. The 19th of August, 2021, final weeks of summer quickly going by. But it's not over.
Okay, good.
Summer is not over.
Good. I like that.
Actually, guys, we've been talking a lot, as you know, about the issues facing families as this new school year begins. And COVID concerns, of course, are the backdrop of all that, the difficulty finding the right supplies. And now you can add something else to that list, which is a shortage of bus drivers.
Yeah, and it's really happening in communities all across this country right now.
Yeah, exactly. We've got NBC's Carrie Sanders in Orlando with more on that. Hey, Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning. You know, it used to be easy to find folks, drivers who wanted to sit in this seat, but not so much anymore. Nationwide, some school districts are offering $5,000 signing bonuses to get drivers. But right now, with fewer drivers, that means there are fewer buses running. And with fewer buses running, that means more kids are packed inside. And all of that coming at a time when social distancing is more important than ever. With the start of the school year underway in many areas, the wheels on the bus are going round and round again. But in many school districts, those familiar yellow buses are carrying more kids, traveling further and taking longer rides than ever.
We would have to combine bus runs. So you can imagine that a child might be on a bus run that was supposed to be 30 minutes, might now be 50 minutes.
The national shortage of qualified drivers forcing some schools to scramble, in some cases hitting the relief valve, asking parents to carpool.
Asking parents to be the solution to this problem really isn't the solution.
Some school districts are now offering lucrative bonuses to lure in drivers, but even that's not doing the trick.
We're looking to fill 100 driver positions right now.
And at your last job fair, how many people showed up?
We had 16 show up at our last
16.
job. 16.
In some cases, school bus drivers who tend to be older say they're shying away from the job because they're worried being close to kids will expose them to COVID, especially if students are not required to wear masks.
They end up being hospitalized because of they done caught the COVID from one of the students.
Even at $19 an hour with set hours and no weekends, district administrators say drivers remain scarce.
They set up an interview, no one comes back. No one, I always say they ghost us pretty much.
Bus companies are now actively recruiting new drivers.
You have the opportunity to earn a $1,500 sign-on bonus if you want to become a bus driver.
But the process to become a certified driver can take months, leaving kids heading back to school with COVID protocols with yet another bump in the road.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Welcome to the Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
And welcome back. In his latest movie, a thriller called Reminiscence?
You got it.
All right. Hugh Jackman is going dark.
Yeah, his character is nothing like the actor himself, who, as we all know, is a ray of light. But Hoda, perhaps you know that a little better than the rest of us now that you've had some time in person.
Did get to spend some time with him. You know what, Savannah? There are some people you meet and they just lift your spirits, and Hugh Jackman is that guy. He is a true gentleman. He's a jack of all trades. He's beloved fans by, everything from his Marvel comics to musicals. He is madly in love with his wife, Deborah Lee, and I was lucky enough to hang out with Hugh at one of the tallest spots in New York City. For more reasons than one, it was a total high.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Good.
What's the best place to catch up with one of Hollywood's and Broadway's top actors? How about over 1,000 feet up, hanging above one of the world's highest observation decks, The Edge at Hudson Yards? You came up 101 flights.
Yeah.
How are you with heights?
I love it because I hated it as a kid. I had such a fear of heights. So I actually went to the diving board at our school and I just jumped off it until at lunchtime for like a week until I got over it.
Is that like your philosophy on life? When there's something in the way, you just have to look it in the eye?
Totally. So I just always, if I'm scared of something, if I have to bungee jump, which I now would love, I'll be straight off. Don't think about it, just go.
Go, go, go seems to be Hugh's M.O. He's one of the busiest men in and out of Hollywood, a triple threat with an embarrassing collection of golden statues. He's a devoted husband and father of two. He's even got his own nonprofit coffee company. But above all, a few moments with this Aussie native, and one thing is obvious. We have a woman who works with me who said, when you sit and visit with Hugh, you will never think that he's Hollywood. You'll think he's your friend. They were right. So that's such a great trait for
Yeah,
some.
well, if you want to ask my guys who are here, I'll give you the opposite point of view. I mean, X-Men was my first real movie in America. I was 30. Now at 30, you know who you are, right? So if someone hands you for example, sexiest man alive, I only try to mention it once in every interview, Hoda, but I'm like, well, I do remember a good solid 10 years of literally not being noticed and getting turned down at every corner. So it's weird that I'm all of a sudden that guy,
guy.
So I think it helps having had some rejection and some real life experience.
The past year and a half has been a departure for a guy who's always on the go. When the pandemic shut him down, he had to get creative. Luckily, while Hugh was honing his sourdough skills,
all you have to do is follow my voice.
Editors were finishing up his latest project, Reminiscence. It's a sci-fi dystopian mystery action thriller. And there's romance too.
Close your eyes.
Tell me about Reminiscence.
There was something so original about this story. It grabbed me in that at the beginning of the story, I feel like I'm playing a Bogart type of character in like a classic sort of film, and then all of a sudden it goes off.
Reminiscence has a haunting love story that borders on obsession. His character's girlfriend suddenly disappears, launching him on a twisted quest to find her. The search leads him into an underworld of crime and drugs. But thankfully, the film's plot is nothing like Hugh's real-life romance with wife of, wait for it, 25 years, fellow actor Deborah Lee Furness.
Deb is the lightest, most optimistic person I've ever met in my life. Like, if you ever want to play the game, who's the happiest person in the room? Deb wins. Just know Deb wins. People often say, oh my God, marriage is so much work. And there are some things you've got to live by, but it hasn't felt like that.
I can
It's
tell.
been one of the best things.
By the way, eyes
by
are a
far.
giveaway in life, man. Eyes are a
really?
giveaway. Yeah. And whenever
Right.
you say it or just saying her name, like, it's just, it's cool to see true love 25 years later.
Isn't that awesome?
Oh, wait.
Wow.
Okay. Oh, my gosh.
Isn't that incredible?
New York. Do you ever get the urge to sing when you look out at this city?
I do right now. There's a bright golden haze on the meadow. There's no meadow, there's a haze. The corn is as high as an elephant's eye. Sing with me. And it looks like it's climbing clear up to the sky. There you
I'm
go.
going to mouth it.
Oh,
Oh, my God.
look at this.
Where's Broadway from here? Just point to Broadway from
That
here.
way.
Also on the horizon for Hugh, the much anticipated, long delayed Broadway revival of The Music Man. The show is finally set to open in December, and oh, has Hugh been practicing?
Tap dance your way to losing 50 pounds in a day.
But I'm so excited to be part of it, to be there as Broadway opens up again, and also to bring back a musical, which is the first musical I ever did, by the way, The Music Man.
Is that
At
right?
high school. I was salesman number 2. Gutted I didn't get the lead part. So, no, I'm kidding. No, there's nothing like Broadway. Particularly for a musical, that's the pinnacle.
Okay, so we're gonna try to do something. Hanging out at the top is Old Hat for Hugh, even out here on the edge, taking in a view that gives mere mortals the willies. Fear is the last thing on his mind.
We do push-ups. Push-ups.
Oh!
Whoa! Look at that.
That is scary.
That's
super scary.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And welcome back. This morning in Food for Thought, a trip to the Jersey Shore to a place called Compassion Cafe. In case you can't tell by the name, they do a lot more than serve just coffee and muffins. Senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle has their story. Hey, Stephanie.
Hey, guys. I just want to say we have all gotten to tell a lot of really special stories. This is my all-time favorite. You know, I spent a lot of time down on the Jersey Shore. I cover small businesses. This story, this business blew my mind and it touched my heart. Watch this.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Zachary Applegate is 28 years old, and since he started working at Compassion Cafe, he's had many roles.
My job was today, I was like cleaning table.
He's also been a greeter at the front door and recently in charge of the cash register. But Zach knows his responsibilities go even further.
What's your favorite part about this job?
I always like to make everybody happy when they come in.
Compassion Cafe is a pop-up coffee shop on the Jersey Shore that gives adults with disabilities the chance to work and earn a paycheck. As customers pick up coffee, muffins, and bagels, they also get a taste of kindness.
Thank you. You're welcome. Compassion Cafe, where did this come from?
So it's kind of just been a heart project, a love project.
Erin Sharkey opened the cafe with her Aunt Sue in May. During the pandemic, the two spoke about doing something for the community, specifically the many Americans with disabilities that have few job options. With Erin's training in behavioral therapy and Sue's experience as a teacher, they wanted to be able to give some the opportunity.
What can I do for you? I feel like this was the perfect time to give families and these kids hope and something to do and something with meaning and also to make money. Like, who doesn't want to make money?
Grace Reidenhoff is one of those people.
I'm so happy that they hired me here and I like it here. It's fun.
This summer, she's one of 50 employees ranging in age from 17 to 42 working at the nonprofit cafe. They can work up to 8 hours a week and earn the minimum wage in New Jersey, $12 an hour, like 17-year-old Robin Close.
You're getting a paycheck. What are you doing with that money?
I'm going to save it for my first concert.
What concert do you want to go to?
I want to go to a Sam Smith concert.
The pop-up is also drawing in visitors like Sarah Regimenti, who drove an hour and a half with her family to check out the cafe.
When you walked in, what'd you think?
I was blown away by how much that everybody was doing. They're learning all these life skills that they're going to need, people skills, money skills.
She hopes that one day her 13-year-old daughter could work at a place like it.
We don't know, what her future holds, and she needs opportunities like this to learn skills to give back to the community.
It's something employers can learn from as well.
You have employees that can't move quickly.
Yeah.
But they can move with heart, with the best of intentions. Is that a lesson for all of us?
Yeah, like that's their way of showing like, hey, with a little grace and a little patience, you can get really good coffee and incredible service.
But coffee and muffins aren't enough to keep the cafe running, so it relies on donations from the community and space from a local ice cream shop and a nearby church.
Business-wise, our model doesn't make sense, right? Because today we have 21 kids working throughout the 4 hours. But our model isn't really to benefit profit-wise, it's to provide meaningful and paid employment to everybody who steps through our door and says that they're interested.
For Erin, though, it's more than a paycheck. The cafe is a stepping stone, giving these teens and adults practical skills for other jobs and showing the world what they can do.
It reaches so many more than just the employees because it gives family hope where I don't think they had hope previously.
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic.
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Jessica Long is a 23-time medal-winning swimmer, and her story is one that began nearly 3 decades ago in an orphanage in Siberia. It's told in the new inspiring book. It's called Pure Grit, Stories of Remarkable People Living with Physical Disability. I had the chance to speak with Jessica from her training facility in Colorado, along with her mom, Beth, whose unwavering support has given Jessica the seeds of success. Take a look.
I don't have legs. I'll never have legs. But I also decided from a very early age that I was not going to let this life that I was given go to waste.
For five-time Paralympic swimmer Jessica Long, physical disability is a motivating factor.
I really like to win, and I really like to be competitive. And I think for me, though, being the swimmer on the team without her legs, I had to work extra hard, right? I had to always show up and give 110%, because if I didn't, I wouldn't make it through these practices.
Jessica's love for swimming began when she was just a little girl. Unable to walk without prosthetics, the pool brought Jessica something solid ground could not.
For me, the water has always been a place of freedom, safety, but also feeling really strong and capable, even though I am missing my legs.
I want to hear about the first time, Jessica, you swam and what it felt like. Take us back to that day.
The first time I really remember was joining a swim team when I was 10 years old. I think that for me was really the moment I just fell in love with this idea of becoming a swimmer. And I showed up to the pool and I just jumped in, and I just instantly loved it.
The opportunity to thrive is not lost on Jessica. A native of Siberia, Jessica was born with fibular hemimelia, a condition where most of the bones in her feet were missing. Fearful she couldn't properly care for her newborn's needs, Jessica's birth mom placed her for adoption. Meanwhile, 5,000 miles away in Baltimore, Maryland, Beth and Stephen Long were looking to adopt. Beth, tell me about that day that you got the call.
We had seen a picture of Jessica ahead of time, so when they called, we just knew she was the one for us. Like, it didn't matter what the disability was. I mean, we just knew she was meant for us.
Earlier this year, their story was told in a Toyota ad, viewed by nearly 100 million people.
We found a baby girl for your adoption, but there's some things you need to know.
I was watching the Super Bowl and your commercial, and I was like bawling, crying, holding my baby in my arms. Like, this is beautiful. What was it like to see that come to life?
It was just a very special moment, especially for Jessica. Like, it was such a culmination of so many things that she had done and all of her successes, like on this one commercial.
Jessica, what was it like for you?
Oh gosh, I always get really emotional when I talk about it. So here, and my eyes are already watering. I would say it was incredibly healing, but also at the same time, it was so nerve-wracking, right? I've lived my life. I know the pain, the sacrifices, the surgeries, all of the moments that people don't get to see, right? People see the success and they see the medals and they see the awards, but that really captured just kind of the whole thing. But adoption still, like, it was hard. You know, there were moments where there were no answers, right? As to why was I given up, and was it my legs? And it was just hard to comprehend. And they picked actors who looked like my parents back then. And I just tried to put myself in that position, like that spot, right? Like how they got the phone call. Because growing up, my whole life I thought of, oh, I was given up for adoption. But seeing that excitement on my parents' face, like, we get her, we get this little baby from Siberia. So when I smile and I push off, that was all very real.
Also very real, the renewed confidence participating in the Paralympic Games has brought to Jessica.
I remember just thinking I was the only person on the entire world that was missing 2 legs. So when I got involved in the Paralympics, it was the first time I started wearing shorts. It was the first time I started just embracing this body that I was given.
These days, 17 years after Jessica's Paralympic debut, she's inspiring other young athletes around the world, also living with physical disability.
I really hope to encourage the next generation, and I'm really excited for the Paralympic movement and what's to come.
And while Jessica may be on the world stage, earning the highest Paralympic achievement, she never loses sight of where she came from.
When it gets tough, because there's going to be tough moments in Tokyo, right? I just keep going back to that little Russian girl who never gave up. And I think that's what's going to get me through.
were shedding tears during that. What was the most breathtaking part about Jessica Long?
Everything, and about her mom too. She just said that she knew that she was her baby. You know, she knew she was going to have all these surgeries, that it would be difficult. But when she got the call, she said, "But that's our baby."
And to have Jessica imagine what it was like when her mother got that phone call.
Yes, and to see it.
And to see it, just to witness that.
As she said, that commercial was actually really healing.
I can't.
Anyway, we love her.
That was good. Hope you stick around for another big morning tomorrow on Today, because the amazing Cynthia Erivo is going to be here and treat us to some of her new music.
All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good day, everybody.
With high school graduation season now in the books, students across the country are making plans for their next steps. Thanks to an innovative program at one school in Alabama, that step may well include a new home built by the graduates themselves. Harry Smith has the story in our Sunday Spotlight.
First graduate, Build Up, Silas Baskin.
It's graduation night for an experimental school in Birmingham, Alabama. An evening of jubilation and triumph. Because graduates of this high school get more than a diploma. What? We'll get back to the house in just a minute. In the education wing of the Old Abyssinian Missionary Baptist Church, class is in session.
So show me, demonstrate.
Building trades are a key part of the curriculum. How better to learn math and geometry?
Most of the young people who are coming to us are coming because they want something different for their education. We don't have sports. We had a prom, but it was a really small prom.
Mark Martin is the founder of Build Up. He's taught in poor urban neighborhoods across the South, where unemployment is endemic. The goal here, graduates who are workforce ready.
It ultimately is going to put them on a path to liberated lives and being able to make choices that when you're dependent on the government, you don't have those choices anymore.
So Build Up students use their classroom skills, rehabbing old houses in the once bustling but now blighted Birmingham neighborhood of Ensley. Student Hope Hooper has painted here and installed flooring.
What's the difference between what it looks like now and when you started in here?
It's just an accomplishment altogether. Like when you see it at first, you're just like, this is not gonna turn out how we think it's gonna turn out. Then in the end, you see, oh my gosh, we really did this.
With the help of experienced tradespeople like plumber Eric Cook.
I've been doing it some time now, and it's not just about the money, but it's just loving what you do. You take it serious, it can change your life.
Now about that house. With their sweat equity, Build Up grads earn their way into renting to own the homes they work on at 0% interest.
In education, we are really good at putting Band-Aids on things and addressing symptoms, but we have to get to the root of the issue. Poverty is the root of that.
Build Up grad Torrey Washington and his mom, Angela Taylor, will soon move in.
Is there a single best part of the instruction you've gotten that you just said, I love this stuff?
Well, the moment when I do stuff right, finally. That's when I love it.
Washington is now aiming for an associate's degree and more.
It's just nice to see him dream, because before Build Up, he would come home every day and he just had like this dead, hopeless look in his eyes.
Hopelessness.
And so Build Up was like an answer to a prayer, because when he started Build Up, it was like I started seeing this new light in him.
Build Up, where dreams are made tangible. For Sunday Today, Harry Smith, Ensley, Alabama.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's it? Just
Well, that's a big question. Okay. We don't want to take up too much of the interview. How am I? I'm anxiously awaiting the release of my record. So,
I've heard
yeah,
it.
I've got butterflies in my stomach.
Do you really, truly?
Sure.
Well, some of the songs are out.
Yeah, that's
already.
true, but not everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I read some reviews today already, and they were quite good.
That's good.
Yeah?
Yes. But we can't put all of our eggshells into that carton, can we?
Eggshells, not
Yes.
eggs.
No, eggshells.
Just eggshells.
Crumble, yes.
So if you actually have butterflies, does...
That means I care.
Understood.
Mhm.
But does success... What is the measure of success for this record for you?
I suppose that it would be that my intentions and the things I wanted to say, the messages that are in the songs, that to a certain extent, people understand them and are inspired by them. I don't expect the whole world to be. It's not that kind of a record, but it will be great if at least a handful of people really appreciate it.
Well,
like a couple of handfuls, maybe.
All right. Maybe I could be the first in the
Handful?
handful because
Okay, yeah.
I was impressed.
Did you hear the whole record
Every single cut.
without looking at your phone?
No, I put my headphones on and I sat in a chair and listened to the whole thing.
Okay, good.
Is that okay?
That's required. Yes. It's not background music.
No, not by any stretch of the
Yeah,
imagination.
you really have to pay attention.
So when you set out to do an album like this,
Mhm.
do you have a big idea and say, I'm going to fill in the blanks? Or do you just say, this will work with this, that works with this, that works with that?
I had an idea in the beginning because I was living in Lisbon, and I was very inspired and influenced by all of this new music that I was hearing. Not all of it was new, because I've heard Fado before. My sister lived in Portugal for years, and she was always sending me Fado music. And I'd heard Morna before because I was a huge fan of Cesaria Evora. But to be surrounded by it all the time and to hear it every time I went out to a restaurant or a nightclub or a bar or anything, people are always playing music in Lisbon, in Portugal. It's a very musical country.
Yeah.
So, and there's so many different musical influences. So how could and I had no intention of making a record when I moved there, but I felt compelled.
And so you moved there because your son was playing soccer there?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. There's a lot of different flavors in the record,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Like
Because I can't just make a song inspired by the Morna or Fado. It sort of moved around because my musical influences moved around.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so before I came, I just kept listening over and over to Medellin.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. That's fun.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
Right? And
Maluma.
phenomenal.
Yes. Doesn't he sound amazing?
Well, both of you, when you sing the harmonies together,
Yeah, we sound good together.
I think so.
We make beautiful music together.
Yeah.
And you know what? He's a really good writer.
Yeah.
And respect to anybody who can keep up with me. So that's what really sealed the deal between me and him. Because while we were talking and texting and talking about like working together, somehow it came out that he loved to ride and that he had horses. And I said, get out of here, because I have horses too. So I said, show me a picture of your horse. So he sent me these photographs of these Frisians, and they're really well trained, and he does dressage with them, and they're really hard horses to ride.
Right.
So I was like, okay, I love you. We're working together.
May I make an observation? You have a patch on your arm,
Okay, yes, I do.
and there's an X on it.
Yes,
Madam X.
that's correct.
Right.
Really, really good observation, Harry.
Well, I'm a reporter. I've done this for a
Yes.
long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's Madam X?
She's a spy. She's a secret agent. She travels the world. She changes her identity. She has, she sleeps with one eye open, and she travels through the day with one eye shut. She's actually been wounded, so she's covering up one of her eyes. Yeah.
How does that?
So I've turned my, I've made a lemonade out of a lemon. Yeah.
How does that identity inform what you're doing?
Well, I had to create a persona. Once I decided to reclaim the name Madam X, which was given to me by Martha Graham when I was 19, studying at her school. I was sitting in the recording studio, and I was actually having a chat with Jeremy Scott, who came to visit me, and we were talking about who my persona would be, or who is this person that's making this record. And I was thinking about how the music is so influenced by so many parts of the world, and each time I collaborate with somebody, or I work with another artist, or I just work with Mirwais, for instance, I have a different feeling. I feel a different type of way, but I'm still the same. So we were discussing my encounter with Martha Graham, and how she kept complaining that she couldn't identify me as a student in her class. And I felt the same way in that moment recording. So once I decided that my name, the name of my record was going to be called Madam X, I had to create a story that was sort of the beginning of Madam X's journey.
I have so many questions for you.
Sure you do.
Huh?
Sure you do.
Well,
I have so many answers.
You do,
Hmm.
which is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as we're in this relationship together.
Yes.
Because you know what?
You're the interrogator.
Oh, do you look at me like an interrogator?
Well, all journalists are. Some are more charming than others.
And
Some are more cultured than others. Some listen better than others.
where do I fit?
You're on the good side, don't worry.
But just because we're old neighbors, perhaps.
We're friends.
We're drifting, though. All right.
I've been stuck on the other side of the ocean.
Right. How anxious are you to get back to New York?
I'm looking forward to it. I miss it. I miss those tall, intimidating buildings. Yeah.
And you're going to perform where?
You mean next month or my tour?
Not the tour next month.
Next month I'll be performing at Pride Island, 50th anniversary of Pride. So I'll be part of a festival. I know other artists will be there. I think Mickey Blanco is going to be performing there too, which is great. As you know, he's my Joan of Arc in Dark Ballet.
Right.
So, so that's going to be the first place.
As I kept looking, as I looked at the videos and I listened to the album, I read through the lyrics, and I was trying to figure out, it feels like to me, you're on a kind of a high wire of, on one, you're fierce and simultaneously vulnerable.
Yes. Of course.
Do I have that right?
You do.
Yeah. How can
that's-
both be in balance?
Well, it depends on which one you feed. I mean, I have my days where I feel like a warrior and invincible, and I have my days where I feel like an open wound. But that's human, isn't it? And also, I think that is that's the journey of an artist. Because if you don't make yourself vulnerable, you can't channel creativity, right? And a lot of my pain, my sorrow, my suffering, my feelings of being vulnerable allow me to create. However, then I have to present it to the world, and then I have to be a warrior and stand up for what I believe in, regardless of what people have to say about what I have to say. And also, my strength needs to come through in my work because I want to empower other people. So, I mean, that's the paradox of life. I don't think there's a person who's just a warrior or just a fighter or just strong. I think probably all the greatest leaders, sages, prophets in the world had their moments of vulnerability, and that's essential.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today Podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
As I was listening to some of the lyrics of the songs, I kept thinking to myself, there was just this amazing defiance in you that's been there from
Day one.
Yeah. Right?
Yes.
Do you know where that comes from?
I really don't know. It started when I was a child. Yeah. Came from the water in Bay City, Michigan. I don't know. It came from not wanting to be provincial, prosaic, and pedestrian. And I was very aware that that was the possibility of my future and my surroundings. Yeah.
And you said...
And I just kept... My nature was to question everything. Why? Why are we doing this? Why do I have to dress this way? Why do I have to go to church every Sunday? Why do the girls have to do all the cleaning in the inside of the house and the boys have to do all the cleaning on the outside of the house? Why do the boys have no rules and the girls have a curfew? Why, just everything was a big why. And I don't know why, but it just was there.
I'm listening to these songs and looking at the videos, and the religious symbolism that's always been there too.
Because God is always there, taunting me, daring me. And the God that I believe in, the God that I believe created the world, isn't a God to fear. It's a God to give thanks to, and a God to question and challenge. Yeah, like Moses did. He talked back to God. I don't know if you've ever read the Old Testament.
That's why he struck that rock with his staff, and it was not allowed into the promised land.
I know, but there's deeper meanings to that if you read literally. But he was, not just him, there are other sages and prophets that, quote unquote, talk back to God.
Right.
And challenge his or her.
Yeah.
or they, or Madam X's authority.
Jesus on the cross. My God, why hast thou forsaken me?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He felt lost and abandoned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that? I guess for me, in all of that notion that while it has riled so many religious people, you still keep going back to that spot.
Well, because it's a big part of my life. I was raised in a deeply Catholic household, and religion and faith and prayer and sacrifice is in my DNA. So I'm enthralled by it and I'm repelled by it. So
Simultaneously.
yes.
Yeah. Is there a moment when your creative juices aren't churning?
No, because even being a mother requires creativity. Yeah.
How
even making the bed requires creativity.
How has having 6 children informed your life?
It's reminded me how precious time is. And how each child requires attention and vigilance and guidance in a different way. And really, you have to be ready for anything. And children teach you, obviously, everyone says that. Of course, first and foremost, they teach you to stop being obsessed with yourself, because they're always there to throw a wrench into the works.
So stop being what?
Obsessed with yourself.
Right.
Yes. Self-obsession's not allowed with children. Yep.
They need you more.
They need you. Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you could turn
They need you more than you need you. Yes.
Well, and that's just as a parent, I know, sort of in retrospect.
Yeah.
I think when I look back and want to rewind the reels,
Yes.
yeah, a little less me and
Yes.
a little more
I
them.
understand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a place we all...
And the more kids that you have, the better you get at being a parent.
Really?
Yeah, definitely. Of course, but it's like everything. The more songs I write, the better I get as a songwriter.
Does that mean you need to have some more kids?
Not right this second, but never say never.
All right, we'll underline that one, right?
7 is a lucky number. Yeah. And the psychic did tell me once that I'm going to have 7 children.
Wow.
Yeah. So who knows?
Yeah. Is your life fuller now?
I mean, now, because why?
Well, you've done this a long time. You have this house full of kids. You know, I'm listening to some of the songs. One of the songs is about, the craving and this kind of search for happiness and fulfillment and all these things that continue to be in your music. And it sounds like to me you are still hungry.
I am. I'm ravenous.
Do you know what you're hungry for?
Knowledge, experience, adventure, love, everything.
Are you in love now?
I am.
Yeah. How's that?
None of your business.
I don't read tabloids. I have no idea.
No, you are the tabloid right now. You don't need to read.
Oh, I was being the
You just want
tabloid?
to plug right into the energy source.
Wow. Bang.
I mean, what's not good about being in love?
It's all I'm asking about.
But I also could be fibbing. That's the thing.
Right.
But I didn't look away when you talked to me.
Yeah.
When I asked you a question earlier, I just want you to know you looked away. And that's a tell. So at some point during this interview, you didn't tell me the truth, but I'm not going to tell you when it was. I met this mentalist in Tel Aviv when I was there for Eurovision, and he taught me some things.
Right.
Yeah, so watch out. Don't
Now
take your eyes off of me.
Well, I'm sure not now. I'm going to have to go back and look at this tape and see when I looked away.
You will.
Is it possible that I was just really thinking about the answer?
Nope. Let's keep asking questions because time is precious.
I'm not sure I can anymore. I'm afraid to.
Don't be afraid. You can cut it out. You're in charge of the interview.
I have one more.
What?
Do you know how much you mean to people?
No, that part I don't know. Because I probably mean lots of different things to different people. And I'm not in their brain. And I'm sure people are conflicted about the way they feel about me. Because I think I push a lot of buttons. So I'm not sure how much I mean to people. And people aren't always straightforward about how they feel. So that's hard to gauge also.
In people that I know in my life, you are deeply meaningful. And it's a range, including a woman who just celebrated her 60th birthday, who couldn't stop talking about you and your creativity and your courage. And gay men and people of all kinds of stripes for whom you are really important.
That's good to know.
Is there any weight with that?
Well, that again is a paradox because one feels a great sense of responsibility when one knows the world is listening, paying attention, when you know that you can influence people, help people, raise people up, change someone's course of life, make someone take a different path. On the other hand, you can't get too caught up in caring so much what people think also, because then there's too much noise in your head and you can't make your own decisions. You're too influenced. So you have to, again, like you said before, walk that tightrope of caring and not caring, of desire and detachment, of, understanding and not understanding. Everything, absolutely everything is a paradox, and I hope that comes through in my record also. That's pretty much a theme in a lot of the songs, especially Extreme Occident, for instance. When I say, I guess I'm lost, I paid a handsome cost. The thing that hurt me most was that I wasn't lost. So, that says it all.
Can I just say thanks?
You can.
And how good it is to see you.
Can I just say you're welcome?
Please. Please do.
Monsieur X.
Madame.
What do they say in French? X.
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 The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hi, Today All Day. We've got a great show for you on this Thursday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat you can only see here. Let's kick it off with Pop Start. We check in with Dylan, who's covering all the buzzy headlines for Carson. Check it out.
Time for Pop Start, and Dylan is on Carson duty this morning.
Good morning, everybody. Let's start with some baby news. Did you hear about this yesterday? Scarlett Johansson and Colin Jost, the couple, officially announced that they welcomed their first baby together after pregnancy rumors grew this week, sparked by comments Jost reportedly made at a stand-up show over the weekend. People magazine confirmed the news yesterday. The Saturday Night Live star writing on his Instagram, Okay, we had a baby. His name is Cosmo. We love him very much. And then he went on to say privacy would be greatly appreciated. For all inquiries, please contact our publicist, Che Thinks. Throwing his weekend update co-anchor Michael Che under the bus with that one. And Johansson is also mom to 7-year-old daughter Rose, who she shares with ex-husband Roman Dariak. Congrats to Colin and Scarlett on the happy news. I feel like during the pandemic, so many people had secret babies.
Yeah.
You know, you never really knew because we don't see them in person all that much. All right, next up, Rachel Zegler, the star of Steven Spielberg's upcoming West Side Story remake, has our hearts melting with this sweet reaction to a recent gift she received from on-screen musical legend herself, the one and only Miss Barbra Streisand. Take a look at this.
There's simply no way that this is real, that this is a real thing that was sent to me. And it has no way. There's no way that she actually, there's no way. No. There's simply no way.
Isn't that the reaction we all have?
We love her.
Barbara's sending Rachel a copy of her latest album, Release Me 2. The card she's holding reads 4R from B. That's all she needs to say.
She called her R.
Right?
Frame it.
Just goes by B. So Zegler officially yet to make her acting debut as Maria in West Side Story. And by the way, Streisand's Release Me 2 has just made her the first woman with a Billboard Top 20 album in every decade from the 1960s to now. No surprise. I mean, every album just makes it up there. And finally, Tom Brady.
Stop smiling.
You're blushing.
I don't really care that much. The Super Bowl champ was joined by a very familiar face on the practice field this week. His 13-year-old son, Jack. The Tampa Bay quarterback sharing on Instagram the Buccaneers got a new ball boy this week. He takes his summer job and every rep very seriously, just like his dad. So sweet. Well, it turns out a spokesperson for the Bucs clarified. He told E! News that Jack isn't actually employed by the team, just a very helpful guest at practice. Even still, a good way to spend the final days of summer. And side note, Jack doesn't even play football. He doesn't? He plays soccer.
Yeah. But he's probably better than any of us.
Yeah. That's very true. Yes, it runs in the family.
Dylan, thank you so much.
But Hoda, we are ready for your boost.
I got one for you. Okay, here we go. A mysterious visitor is making a big splash in a small town in Maine. So it's a 25-foot tall rubber duck with the word joy printed on it. It appeared in Belfast Harbor last weekend. So nobody seems to know where it came from, why it's there. But one thing almost everyone agrees on, they hope that that web-footed fowl hangs around for a lot longer, saying it's making things a little more interesting around here. I mean, I love it. It says joy. I mean, what else do you want?
Somebody's
right
laughing really hard right now.
Right.
Whoever's behind this, you know?
Coming up on Today Talks, the third hour dishes on all the latest. And trust me, they're not holding back after this.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it! U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, the gang goes off script, and I mean way off script, as they dish on the latest headlines for Overheard on Third. Check it out.
Okay, it is time for Overheard on Third, and we all kind of have to be morning people at this point, but there's actually new research that says being a morning person as opposed to a night owl is actually good for you because it gives you a more positive look on the day. It makes you feel like you're just getting more accomplished throughout the day. You're just, overall, I think it's just better for your health, which I agree with. The problem is I'm a morning person. I can wake up like on weekends, 6:30, 7 o'clock I'm up, and then 10 o'clock I want to nap.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm like an early morning person, not a mid-morning person.
But I also believe it's like the internet. You wake up early in the morning and there's fresh energy to get.
Yeah.
And it's like on the internet, when more people start to get on, it starts to get slower. Things start to I believe spiritually, if you get up early, you get this like fresh, beautiful energy.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm a morning. I don't have kids.
What time do you go to bed at night?
Like 8:39.
Yeah, me too. What about you?
I believe I'm with you guys. I used to be a night owl. Now I go to bed early. I try to, especially when I'm doing the Today Show. But what I found is with kids, if you don't get up before they do, you're not going to have any time to yourself.
That's a good point.
And so now I wake up an hour earlier than the kids just to kind of do like my morning routine, get the energy going, get the little meditation going, help with breakfast so mom can sleep a little later.
That's nice.
Yeah, because then mom will help at night when I can get busy too with work and stuff like that.
You were a night owl? Were you like out clubbing and dancing?
I was listening to like 90s music, grunge music.
Yeah.
I know there's another side here.
I think there's another side, but you can't be a night owl when you have young kids because the next morning
it's
just
the worst.
awful.
It is the worst.
We were just talking about this during the break. Clean eating, that kind of diet, where you get rid of carbs, you get rid of certain things. It actually could be draining your energy. That's according to a registered dietitian. That banning some of those foods that give you, the bottom of the food pyramid kind of thing, but you actually found the opposite.
So we did the whole 30, me and my wife, and in the beginning, I do agree with this. In the beginning, you do feel a little bit drained, but then you feel amazing. And the last 2 weeks, I've come off the whole 30, and I'm starting to feel sluggish again because I'm not eating as healthy.
Yes.
So I think at first there's that initial shock when you kind of take things away from your body, but then you feel great. Yeah.
I just don't know how you do it with kids, having all those snacks. Like I have to keep the snacks in the car, so I have to go out at night to get 2 pieces of chocolate. If not, I would eat the whole thing.
Right.
It must be very hard.
You have to go with your partner, I find, too.
Well, kids eat some good food. I mean, the chicken nuggets, and, the candy in the house, and it's like, it is tempting.
And you know what I
Cal's
realized?
a chef.
Yeah, that's
true. You know what we realized? All the extra calories you have, there's like an extra nugget, and you're like, oh, I'll just have that one.
I know.
I don't want to waste food, and then it's like, okay.
Real quick, you've got a big night planned tonight or tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night, and
Tell
I'm
us
really
about
excited. Yeah, I'm hosting the Angel Ball Summer Gala, which supports an incredible organization, Gabrielle's Angel Foundation, in memory of Gabrielle Rich Awad. She passed away at the age of 27 of leukemia. The gala is in its 25th year and focuses on funding some of the best research in blood cancer prevention, detection, and treatments. We're going to have plenty of fun because that's what she told her mother she wanted, a fun event. So multi-platinum and Grammy-nominated Flo Rida will be performing.
That's
so I'm really honored to do that.
And seeing it in person.
It's my first in-person event. I was joking that I have to wear pants for this one because all the virtual events we've been in sweatpants with blazers.
All right, well, good luck with that. What a great
Thank
cause.
you. I'm really grateful.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, my August book club author, Megan Abbott, after this.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
That's
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic.
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna Calling All Readers, we sit down with one of my favorite authors, Megan Abbott, to hear about her newest page turner, which also happens to be my August book club pick. Check it out.
Here's the thing. We both have white jean jackets because they were in our rooms. And?
Well, Hoda has a little bit of a thing. If y'all know Hoda, you might notice that sometimes she likes to not recycle clothes, but just to make the most out of everything.
Tomorrow, I'll be wearing this.
And I'll be wearing this.
But today, I'm wearing this.
And I'm wearing this.
we thought we would kind of mess with you, but anyway.
And just so we're clear, we had probably enough time for me to change, but Hoda goes, no, where's our jean jackets? And then the exact jean jackets came out. And I know because when Hoda was going to Tokyo, I said, do you want to take my jean jacket? She goes, no, I have this. Look, I have one right here.
We have the exact same one.
So instead, we just dressed
But
alike.
I think it looks cute. They say we look like we're working at an ice cream parlor or somewhere. Anyway.
You know what it is? I'm a little weirded out just by looking at the screen.
We're sorry, but we were lazy.
By the way, Hoda got to hang out with somebody really cool, and I'm kind of jealous, Hugh Jackman.
But you know what? I'd never ever met him before.
You hadn't?
No, and he really is like. If you want to know what Hollywood is, it's like a guy who can dance and sing and act, who's good looking and humble, who's got it all going on.
Yeah, but you know what's so funny?
What?
He's so talented, but he, like you said, he's humble. He doesn't seem like
No.
Hollywood, you know?
We're going to share. We had a little conversation.
I mean,
with
look
him.
at this. Oh,
It was
arms
fun.
around each other.
Well, my arm was around him. I think he felt compelled. It was like, why is she leaning in so much? But anyway, he's a great guy. He's got a great life. He and his wife have been married, Deborah Lee, for 25 years. She's amazing.
I love Deborah. She's the best. Oh, and we would just have to say, hey, down to Carly, down in Virginia. What a clever make it easy tip. We love those easy tips and it's cool DIY. So keep those videos coming to hodaandjenna.com.
All right. We love Ed Sheeran. And you know he's releasing new music little by little. We've seen a new music video he had a little bit back. Well, he's got a new song out this morning.
Okay. He actually played it at a memorial back in March for a dear friend he lost, an Australian music executive, Michael Gudinski. So now it's being formally released with a music video. It's called Visiting Hours.
I will close the door and I will open up my heart. And everyone I love will know exactly who you are. 'Cause this is not goodbye, it is just till we meet again. So much has changed since you've been.
I mean, that is so beautiful.
You know what's funny? I remember when he sang that at that memorial. There was a clip of it, and Ed could barely get through it.
Yeah.
And I remembered how beautiful and moving, and how much he must have loved him, and how much anybody who heard that song could think about someone they loved and lost.
I know, and I feel like it's the perfect time for music like that to comfort so many. Ed announced the name and artwork for his new album. It's called Equals. Oh, that's cool. And it will drop October 29th.
Yeah, he calls it one of the most personal works yet, because he's gotten married.
Yes.
He's become a father.
Did you know he became a dad?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where have I
You
been?
didn't know?
No, usually you make me dress like you and you tell me the pop culture. And speaking of somebody that just became a dad.
Dressed like you.
You don't really make me do that. But anyway, did you know also that Scarlett Johansson was pregnant?
No.
Okay, good. At least you didn't.
Well, you know what? The pandemic and this time period is actually a great time to not hide, but not show your stuff because you're not doing press, you're not out and about, you are home.
Yeah, so Colin Jost and Scarlett Johansson, they've just welcomed their first baby together.
Yeah, and people were wondering, is it true? Well, Colin confirmed it on Instagram. There was no photo shoot. There was no People magazine cover. This is what he texted. It was a text. This is it. Okay, we had a baby. His name is Cosmo. We love him very much.
Okay. He added privacy would be greatly appreciated. And by the way, he directed all of his inquiries to the so-called publicist, fellow Weekend Update anchor Michael Che.
Is that hilarious?
So funny.
And by the way, Michael is getting all kinds of requests on his Insta page, and he already changed his bio to Cosmo's publicist.
Oh my gosh, so sweet. Cosmo is Colin's first baby. Scarlett also has another daughter with her first husband, daughter Rose.
Yeah, 6 years old. Okay, now, Cosmo's a cute name, but speaking of names, a couple of names that used to be wildly popular are no longer popular because of gadgets and things. We're talking about...
Yeah, and this was an article in The Atlantic. For example, the demise of the name Alexa. Alexa would turn that thing on if that was real, right? So apparently Alexa has suffered one of the most sharpest declines of any popular names in recent years.
Well, you know why? Obviously because of that, Alexa. Because every time you yell it for your kid, that happens. Anyway, so I have a friend whose daughter's named Alexa. She's older. She's in her 20s. But yeah, it became a thing.
Well, think about Alexa Ray Joel. No, Alexa. I always wanted to say Billy Ray. Alexa Joel.
Alexa Joel. Ray Joel. Billy Joel.
Oh, it is Ray Joel.
Yeah. I just like the name Joel.
Well, no wonder Billy Ray Cyrus confuses me. You like the name Joel. You stopped at Joel?
I was done there. Okay. And the same thing happened at Siri.
Yes.
Sorry, Siri Daly.
We have a friend named Siri. Too bad. What about you? Were there any names that you thought about when you were naming the girls? No.
No, I didn't. I don't think about that. I mean, I guess I wouldn't have chosen Alexa just because we do have that.
Yeah.
But
I know. And how many times are you like, Alexa, good night? Alexa?
I make our kids say please to Alexa. Please, Alexa, please play. Because sometimes you just start, if you're barking at that, you're going to be barking at everything.
That's so true. I never even thought about that.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing that I had was with Poppy was right when one day when Mila was home and she was like, poopy Poppy.
Oh.
And I was like,
No,
is that going to be
that.
a thing? And then also.
Oh, I guess you don't,
No, you don't think about that.
No.
You don't think about the
Did anyone tease you with a name?
I can't say it.
Why?
Because I can't.
Was it a curse word?
Well, Jenna kind of sounds like.
What?
Well, we'll talk about it later. It's not appropriate just because I'm wearing a white jean jacket. I'll tell you about it later.
Our next guest has 10 novels under her belt, and her latest will have you crime thriller fans wanting some more.
It's called The Turnout. It's the story of two sisters set in the secluded world of ballet as one of them gets caught up in a dangerous romance that threatens everything. And author Megan Abbott is with us now from her home in Queens. Hi, Megan.
Hi, Megan.
Hello, so good to see you.
Megan, we're so happy you're here. So I told Hoda during the break, I've read a lot of your books. I've loved them all. And this is the first New York Times bestseller. The Turnout hit the New York Times bestseller list. How did you celebrate?
There may have been Keen Steakhouse and champagne that night. I must say, it was a good night.
What did it feel like when you got that call? Because look, as Jenna said, all your books are great, and I think it's fun once you find one that really hits. So what was it like when you got the phone call that you had made the list?
I kept saying, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" I wanted to see documentation because it seemed so surreal. It is sort of the thing you long for, and I'm so grateful for Read with Jenna for its role in all of this. I think it couldn't have happened otherwise.
You're so sweet. This book is so good. I had the chance to talk with you yesterday, and so many people have been reading it. It takes place inside this small ballet studio. And as I said yesterday, I got kicked out of ballet in the third grade for not having grace, but you got so much of it so right. How did you study to get this so right?
It was a long process. I was pretty intimidated, I must admit, at the start, because people who know ballet know it really well. So it was sort of reading everything I could get my hands on, watching as much of it as I could, talking. I did have a ballet dance to do a fact check on it. I wanted to get it all right. I wanted the smells, the scents, everything about the being in the studio all to sort of come alive for the reader.
Well, crime thrillers are a great genre. People go crazy over that. Are you one of those people who's like a crime junkie? Like, do you watch reruns of Dateline on, I don't know, TBS?
You know, Hoda was on Dateline.
Come on, that was my jam.
Oh my gosh, I used to watch it falling asleep. That's how deep it goes for me. I have been a true crime aficionado since childhood. I'm slightly abashed to say I always loved it, and now we're kind of in a heyday of it. So it's a good time.
We're in the heyday of it, and the cool thing is you got to develop this book. You did your earlier book, Dare Me, as well, but now you got to develop Turnout into a series. What was that like? You wrote it, and it's almost done. What was that process like for you?
It was wild. Usually there's a time lag between when you write the book and there might be a possibility of adapting it. But in this case, we sold it very quickly, so I had to immediately start to think of it in visual terms. But since it is about ballet, set in a ballet school, it's so visual anyway. So it became this sort of great opportunity to imagine all of these dancers and these students and this Nutcracker production all coming to life.
Wow. When you were a little kid, is this how you had imagined you'd be spending your adult life talking to us on the Today Show about a New York Times best-selling book?
No, I mean, I still don't actually think this is real. So, yeah, no, it's a big fantasy. And, you know, it was, I never even knew how one became a writer. You know, it was very exotic growing up in suburban Detroit. It didn't seem like a possibility. So it's been a wild ride.
Oh, wow. Well, Megan, thank you so much. And we're going to put up some book recommendations. She has some really good ones on today.com. Megan, congratulations. Thank you for being here. And by the way, you can shop that book. Get the Turnout wherever you can on today.com. And we will announce the September read with Jenna Pick on Tuesday, September 7th.
Look forward to that.
Today Talks continues after the break. We have an exclusive chat you can only see here.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
Well, this is a special day. It's a special day because our executive producer, this is her last hurrah. And as we are doing this Today's Talk, she's pointing at the graphics, wondering why they're not correct. That's not what we do. Joanne LaMarca is over there, and Joanne has actually been part of this show since practically its inception. But she's had a couple of iterations. She left for a little while, and she came back. When she left, the whole staff was devastated.
I know.
When she came back, I think it was the biggest celebration we've ever had at NBC.
It's so true.
And now she is spending some time with her lovely, lovely husband and wonderful child, Matt.
You know when you love somebody so much that when we knew she was leaving, but there was an email that went out to the staff.
Yeah.
And I was having lunch with my mother-in-law, who does not know Joanne, my husband, my children, and my nieces, and I read Libby's, our big boss's email about Joe leaving, and I just was weeping. And Henry was like, it's gonna be okay. But I was like, look what what she has done for all of us.
But I think it's rare to find somebody who you respect as a leader, but also takes care of your heart.
Yes.
You don't usually get both. You get one. And most leaders are one of those and not both. And Jo is both. She's in our eye shot, and she doesn't have a mic, and she has a mask on, so she can't come over. But anyway.
And also, I know, do you feel like this is like a little toast at your rehearsal dinner? Or, yeah, a
You said
eulogy.
it's an obituary. No, it is not.
The other thing is, and I have said this, like she made us realize that, not that we don't know, but the whole staff, the priorities were family and kindness. You know, she wanted, if somebody said, Jo, it's like my kid's first day of kindergarten, she'd say, go.
Yeah. Here's what else I think we've learned from this. It takes guts and it takes courage to make a move. To create change. Change comes in two ways. Either it happens to you or you choose it. Like those are the only, and when it happens, it shakes up your whole world. And that's the only way better things come. If everything stays exactly the same, your life continues. You could go on forever. Anyone who's in a job right now, they could, go on like that forever. When you make a change in your life, it's like an electric shock.
Yes.
It's like, oh, now what? And it's scary at first.
Yeah, I'm scared. Beep. I really am. I'm scared.
What are you scared of?
I'm scared of not you guys are my family. You're seriously my other family. And you're a bigger family. And we're really close knit here.
Yeah,
we
we
really
are.
are. There's no staff like our 4th hour group
Yeah,
is the
I agree.
they're the best. And I'm scared of waking up and going, my family's gone.
Here's
And
the good news.
what am I going to do
Here's the good news. Your family's always here. If you wake up and feel that way.
But I get the feeling you've done this thing for all this time, and all of a sudden one morning you wake up and nobody needs you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can.
And there's no reason to take a shower.
Not
even put lipstick on.
You and Jake Gyllenhaal can just talk about the non-showering.
It is the trendy thing to do.
Yeah, I think, and also to step away from something that you love. So that you can spend time with your family.
Tell us about
because life is short. It's really, really short, and at the end, you want it to be, you don't want to ever regret anything. And I live by regret the things you do and not the things you don't do. And I could very easily stay because I love everyone so much. I really care about each and every person, and I care about the show so much.
Yeah.
And you guys know how I feel about you, but my family and my child that I brought into this world, I have one shot, and it's I try to hold on to everything, and I try to slow things down. The only way to do that is to be present. So I'm just going to sit around and twiddle my thumbs for a lot of it, and just hopefully the clock will just slow down. If for me, it'll slow down.
And I think being around, that's the other thing too. Sometimes, magic happens when you show up. And if you're not there, you know, like you've been here, you're not going to have it. But you never know what'll happen when you're home and around.
Yeah, and you never, you miss those little parts that won't happen unless you're there. And there are times when my son will open up, and if you have a boy, you will know that boys don't talk. So when they do, you need to kind of hold on to it.
I remember Joanne in the midst of the pandemic, we'd be on the phone talking about something. She's like, okay, wait, I have to go for a walk. My son's done with his Zoom. I'm going to go get him to try to go for a bike ride with me and talk. Like, she just is the best mom.
I know, and she gets everyone to open up, not just Mac, everybody on the staff.
Is weeping.
What
She's like the therapist.
I know.
My next project is a book about everybody's problems.
Change the name. Jo, we love you so much.
I love you guys.
All right,
so
that's
much.
going to do it for this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching for more of Today All Day.
first of all, thank you so much for talking with us, Jessica and Beth. But I want to hear about the first time, Jessica, you swam and what it felt like, what it meant to you. Take us back to that day.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first time I really remember was joining a swim team when I was 10 years old. I think that for me was really the moment I just fell in love with this idea of becoming a swimmer. And I showed up to the pool. I'm the only girl missing her legs. I am very aware of that. And I sit down in a chair and I take off my 2 heavy little prosthetic legs and I crawl on my knees to the edge of the pool and I just jumped in and I just instantly loved it. I think for me, the water has always been a place of freedom, safety, but also feeling really strong and capable, even though I am missing my legs.
And Beth, what about as her mom, watching her find this place, like as she just said, that made her feel free? What did that feel like to watch as her parent?
It was very exciting. I mean, we had seen her swim in her grandparents' pool and when we went on vacation. So she always loved the water from when she was very little. But then when she found this team, she really learned to love the sport. She learned all the different strokes and she liked having a coach, and she's always been very athletic. So she was doing gymnastics, but finding something that wouldn't damage her knees and that was safer for her. And then she felt so free in the water. She just really took to it. She loved it. And of course, you know, she always says she felt like a mermaid. And so we were happy for her.
So I can't help but think, you joined a team, like, you know, any old swim team really when you were 10, and then by 12 you were in the Paralympic Games. I mean, 2 years later. So there must have been this moment where you were like, okay, this is more than just a hobby.
Well, I really like to win and I really like to be competitive. And I think for me, though, being the swimmer on the team without her legs, I had to work extra hard, right? I had to always show up and give 110% because if I didn't, I wouldn't make it through these practices. And I really loved going to the swim team just because, you know, I was homeschooled. I'm one of 6 kids, but I always loved the social aspect and the competitiveness of others, like competing with other kids. So when I showed up and I knew 2 strokes at the time, I could not even do butterfly or breaststroke. That took about a year to learn. I did work really hard on my technique just because not having a kick, I really relied on my core, my upper body strength. So to make the team when I was 12 shocked everyone. I think it even shocked myself a little bit. But also at the same time, like I just kept telling myself I was going to make the 2004 Paralympic team. And somehow I did. I was a freestyler only at that time. Now I do all 4 strokes. But I just had such determination to just prove to everyone that I could do it. And I think that even stems from my adoption, just wanting to prove that I was worthy, that I was enough. And I found a place that I felt like I could do that in, and I excelled in swimming.
23 medals later, you're going back to your 5th games. Do you still get that kind of excitement, you know, that kind of pinch me moment feeling when you're competing?
I do. That's what I live for. I really live for the racing, the moments in those races where it just everything slows down, even though you're swimming as fast as possible. That's what I train for. You know, I'm right now living out at the Olympic and Paralympic Training Center here in Colorado. And I moved out here a year ago. I left my newlywed husband to come out here and train and just really try, you know, just to sacrifice, just to see what I'm still capable of. You know, I'm 29. I'm definitely a veteran. My shoulders hurt a little bit more than they did when I was 20, 16, but I still have a love for it. And I think as long as I'm still learning and enjoying it, I think it's still worth it to continue.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. Larry
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Mrs. Long?
Yes?
We've found a baby girl for your adoption, but there's some things you need to know. She's in Siberia, and she was born with a rare condition. Her legs will need to be amputated. I know this is difficult to hear. Her life, it won't be easy. Mrs. Long?
It might not be easy, but it'll be amazing. I can't wait to meet her.
I was watching the Super Bowl and your commercial, I was like bawling, crying, holding my baby in my arms. Like, this is beautiful. What was that experience like for you? Because this is your story. It was so beautifully told, but you've lived it, you know? What was it like to see that come to life?
It was just a very special moment, especially for Jessica. Like, it was such a culmination of so many things that she had done and all of her successes, like all in this one commercial. And then it brought her family and our love for her and her love for us. And it just all came together. So we're so thankful to Toyota for that commercial and for those moments that she's given not only us and our family, but so many different families out there. And, you know, so it's been really special, very special.
Jessica, what was it like for you?
Oh gosh, I always get really emotional when I talk about it. So here, and my eyes are already watering. It was really healing. I would say it was incredibly healing, but also at the same time, it was so nerve-wracking, right? I've lived my life. I know the pain, the sacrifices, the surgeries, all of the moments that people don't get to see, right? People see the success and they see the medals and they see the awards. But that really captured just kind of the whole thing, right? Being adopted from an orphanage, right? Being put up by a 16-year-old girl and being adopted into an incredible family. But adoption still, like, it was hard. You know, there were moments where there were no answers, right? As to why was I given up? And was it my legs? And my parents, Steve and Beth, they did an incredible job just always answering those questions, because I think I asked like 10 times a day. And it was just hard to comprehend, I think. You know, my little sister, Hannah, who was the miracle baby, who came after my parents adopted my brother and I in Russia, and just in the same orphanage, she had legs, right? So there was a lot of questions, a lot of confusion. So it was so beautifully done, even just the locker room scenes, getting to see it come together. I was a part of all of it, but I would say definitely the last scene. We only shot that maybe 2 or 3 times just because we captured it. But I swam up to that part in the last scene, and I got to look at the 2 people who played my parents, and they picked actors who looked like my parents back then. And I just tried to put myself in that like that spot, right? Like how they got the phone call, because growing up my whole life I thought of, oh, I was given up for adoption. But seeing that excitement on my parents' face, like, we get her, we get this little baby from Siberia, it was just like, this is so cool. I never even thought of it like this. So when I smile and I push off, that was all very real, and we only shot it a few times.
It was so beautiful.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Share Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Where does your grit come from? We saw the beautiful commercial, but we didn't get to see some of the pain, the surgeries. Talk about what it was like as a little girl.
Yeah, it was so hard, like so incredibly hard. You know, I think when I look back on my childhood, there's memories that I don't remember just because there was so much pain, right? And I think swimming was truly a way that I just felt that freedom from all of those surgeries and the pain. But it was hard, right? My little legs, I had a foot with 3 toes on each leg. I was born with fibular hemimelia. Those little feet with 3 toes were amputated when I was 18 months old. And I was up walking around within a couple weeks in these little prosthetic legs. And I think for me, it was never just one and done, right? I never just had to overcome once. It was every time I grew, due to the bone growing, I had to go back in for a surgery. And I remember just being really, really scared, but also knowing exactly what to do. Like as a 3-year-old, I knew to crawl on top of the operating table, and it was cold. And I still remember the smells, and they were so sweet. They always let me bring in a parent into the operating room. I would always fall asleep and wake up in a lot of pain. There was draining tubes. And after those surgeries, I had to learn how to re-walk all over again. It was an entire process. And I've had dozens of surgeries on each leg. And if we got the right leg done, it was the left. I think my determination always came from just it wasn't an option to quit. Because if I had quit, if I had given up in those moments, I really don't know where I would have been. I knew I had to get through it. I didn't fully understand why, right? I think that's something I've really worked on is finding my why. But at the time when you're 6 years old, 7, 8, 9, 10, going back in for surgery, I had no choice but to press on. And I will say this is so cute. And Mom, you can correct me, but I always requested Pippi Longstocking, the movie. And she was the girl who believed she could do anything. And they knew to have it ready for me in my recovery room. They always had Pippi Longstocking for me to watch.
The fact that you were doing these things that were just unbelievable, suffering pain that no parent wants to see their child suffer from. Beth, what was it like for you all?
It was difficult. I mean, we had planned for surgeries and we knew that would happen, but going through it, of course, is harder than you think. And so the very first surgery with the amputation, all we expected, so we were ready, we felt very prepared. It was still difficult. And the little feet that she had, it was really hard for her to lose those. You don't realize, once she comes, you love every part of her. So it's actually losing a piece of her. And so that was more difficult than I thought it would be. But then after that, all of the other surgeries weren't expected. So she kept having bony overgrowth more than most children did. She kept having things happen that she would need surgeries. So we just like she did, we just had to get through it. So we prayed and we cried and we held her hand and we slept in hospital rooms and we just did it. So it was difficult, but it also drew us very close together.
And Jessica, I know you love being part of this big family, lots of siblings. What was that like?
Yeah, I truly feel like I won the jackpot. I loved it. I look back on my childhood and I just think how just incredible and special it was. We were that crazy family of 6, big van, homeschooled family, but it was so beautiful, and we just had just space and time to grow up slowly. And I think that was really special. That was one thing my parents always wanted, was just for us to just be really close. And, I had an amazing big sister, a big brother. My brother Joshua was adopted from the same orphanage. And then it was really wild when Hannah came, because Hannah was the miracle baby, and she came on their anniversary. And I just remember thinking, who is this little thing? And I wasn't sure about her, but now, she's my best friend. I love her. And then Gracie came, and, I have 4 sisters. I have 2 brothers. It's so fun and chaotic and crazy, and it's the best. It's funny. I don't actually look like everyone, but I have so many of the same mannerisms, and I truly feel like it was exactly where I was meant to be. And it's the best thing.
I know. Do you ever think, and I'm sure you have, about what would have happened if your mom and dad hadn't taken that call?
Yeah, it would have been really bad. I think that's one thing I really have a passion and a heart for as I've gotten older is, I really want to help orphans and get more into adoption. My husband and I, we've talked about adoption, and it's been a slow process. I've been in, therapy to talk about adoption and some of the pain and not, just pain as in, questions that will probably never be answered. Even though I met my birth mom about in 2014, I went back and met my birth mom, and she married my birth father, and they had 3 children after me. There's still a lot of questions that just were never really answered, just translation and stuff. But my life would have been just very different, and that's really hard to see, because sometimes my heart aches for what could have been, but also it's like I love exactly where I am, and it's really hard to feel just kind of, you got to stay in that middle area, just being thankful that I'm along, but also understanding where my roots came from, and that maybe that Russian determination. And it was incredibly special to meet my birth mom. That was really hard, probably the hardest thing I've ever done, and also to know that I look like her. And it's just wild, right? And I think even going back to the Super Bowl, just people got to see that my life, but I don't know how many people know that I got to go back and meet my birth mom.
No.
My birth father and 3 children, or 3 siblings. But it's wild.
And what was that like? What was that moment when you first saw them?
Well, when I first touched down in Russia, I brought my little sister Hannah, and this was 2014. So I think I was 21, 22. So I'm pretty young. And I found out about them competing in the 2012 Paralympics. I found out while I was competing, and that was very hard. But, I'd known my whole life about my birth mom. I knew her name was Natalia. I knew that she had named me Tatiana. But when we touched down in Russia, after traveling for days, it felt like all of a sudden it was in that moment where I was like, maybe she doesn't want to see me. Maybe what am I doing? And Hannah and I unpacked, and I showered, and I went right up and started on the elliptical. And I think I was on the elliptical for 3 hours with my sister just sitting in a chair by me. And I had to really process and kind of process the idea that I was going to go to the orphanage I was adopted to, which I was the only person to ever go back to that orphanage. And I met the woman who physically handed me over to my dad. I got to meet her, and she just kept hugging me and calling me Tanya. And then the morning came when I got to meet my birth mom, and I called my family. I called my mom and my dad and siblings in Baltimore, and I didn't even want to talk about what I was doing, but I was just like, tell me about you guys. I think we were doing they were doing their classic movie night, and I was just like, how are you guys, even though we're all the way in Russia? And then we pulled up to this tiny little purple house in the middle of nowhere. It took us 3 hours to get there, in the middle of the woods with snow everywhere. And I got out, and I think that was truly one of the bravest things I've ever done. Even when I look back on the surgeries and the competing and everything, just getting out of that car and going to meet her. But I got out, and I walked down, and you could hear them crying in the house. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to cry. And at that point, I was not into crying. Now I'm like, oh. So she came out of the back porch, and I was like, don't slip. I'm just talking to myself, don't slip. But when she hugged me, there was just this moment, I think, of release, of just freedom, of just forgiving her. My whole life I was angry at her. Anger really fueled me, that I just allowed myself to let her hug me. because I think she needed that. I don't think she had forgiven herself. And I just remember saying, like, this is my mom, like my birth mom. Like, this is wild. Like, not a lot of people get to do that or meet them. And especially for it to be such a good outcome. And I got to show her my legs and talk to her. And it was just so incredibly special.
I can't even imagine. That does take a amount of courage and bravery, because there must have been part of you that felt, abandoned. But at the same time, I'm sure you can't even imagine what your life would be without your family, without your mom and your dad and your sisters and brothers. And the fact that they heard, okay, she's going to need all these surgeries, but no, she's our baby. We knew that before we met her.
I think it's funny. I swear I love them more than my other siblings. Like, I'm the one that calls my mother like 18 times a day, but I'm like, you guys saved me in a way. Not like I needed saving, but my life would have been really, really bad in Russia. We don't know. I probably would have been crawling around in orphanages and living on the floor. And that's the reality, right? You never know. Would have been kicked out at 18 if I had made it to 18. And there's a lot. I think people really need to look into that. What's happening in these orphanages.
Mm-hmm.
So my life would have been really different. And even though it's hard, right, I struggled being adopted because it's like you still struggle with abandonment. And I knew she loved me, my birth mom. She took the time to name me. There was a lot there, but it's like, I swear I love my parents. I'm like, I love you two more than anything. As crazy as the family is, but I'm like, I just call them all the time. And maybe just because I have this extra appreciation that they went to Russia. I don't know why, but went to Russia. My dad went to Russia. And I just think it's really, really sweet. One of my favorite things I think my dad has ever just said, like, just how hard it was when he was in the orphanage, because my mom stayed back with the two kids, the older two. Just how hard it was for him when he showed up to the orphanage and saw me for the first time. Like, it was a 2-week process to get all the paperwork and everything. Just how hard to leave us was, because he was like, you were my kids. And I just think it really does take such incredible and special people to want to adopt kids like they did.
Yeah. Hoda and my mom actually both say this. They say that everybody gets their babies right on time. Whoever's meant to be their babies. It happens when it's supposed to. Beth, is that something you saw happen in your life?
Yes, definitely. I know we had 2 children, and then we could not have more children, or so we thought. And then we adopted Jessica and Joshua, and we felt like that was definitely meant to be. We feel like it was a God thing, and then he opened my womb later, and I had a couple more children, but for some reason, we did not have children for 8 years. And in that time, we had such a desire for more children. And as we prayed, we figured out that we really wanted children that would maybe not be adopted, children that really needed a home. We already had a couple of babies, so we didn't need a baby, but we wanted children that really need to be adopted. So we feel like God was, of course, in all of that, and we know that Jessica and Joshua were the children for us. And yes, definitely, the timing was exactly right.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Jess, what do you think your 4 or 5-year-old self would think about the fact that you're headed to your 5th games, 23 medals later, that like this is your story?
It's wild, right? It's been a very emotional, tough couple weeks leading into Tokyo. So this is like the first time I'm really sitting down, just kind of talking about all the, everything. But just processing just how proud, how proud she would be. And I think that's kind of my thought process going into this. I've definitely made the sacrifice of coming out here and training in Colorado and away from my family. I'm very family oriented. I love, all of that. So it's been really hard. And especially having an extra year, everyone knows that, right? We've all gone through a really challenging year. But I just think when it gets tough, because there's going to be tough moments in Tokyo, right? There's a lot of new things, a lot of new protocols, a lot of things that I haven't gone through yet at a Paralympics. I just keep going back to that little Russian girl who never gave up. And I think that's what's going to get me through. But I also think I'm at a really good point in my life where I truly know my worth, right? It's so easy to say, like, all of my life I thought my worth truly came from these medals and sponsorships and world records and everything that I was doing. And it is really hard to tell a 14-year-old girl that are like, your worth doesn't come from these medals, it comes from this. At the time, I'm like, no, like, I need to keep winning. And it wasn't until Beijing in 2008 when I got a bronze medal that I was a world record holder and I got the bronze. And I remember going up to my parents in the stands and just being like, I think the first thing I said was, do you guys still love me? And I think that like shocked, or like, will my dad still love me or something? So crazy, which is so crazy because now at this point in my life, going in Tokyo, I'm like, a bronze medal would be incredible. And I love that we're talking about this more, just the mental health of, how silver and bronze are still incredible. And yes, I love the gold and that's what I'm obviously going for. But if I never bring home another gold in my life, I am more than enough. And maybe I can say that because I have won some gold, but also like, if you're not enough without a gold medal, you'll never be enough with one. And I'm just really thankful for my support system. I cannot wait to get home and see my husband. I haven't seen him for about 3 months by the time I get home, and that's a long time for me being newly married. But I think she would just be really proud that I'm still swimming. There's not a lot of people who are still swimming. My goal has always been to grow the Paralympic movement. I want people to know the Paralympics as much as they do the Olympics, and I love the coverage and what people are doing to grow it, and I hope I've played a small part in it.
You played a big part, and we cannot wait to watch you swim. Also, what's next? What do you feel like? I mean, I hate this question because you're like, you haven't even competed in Tokyo, but what else? Like you said, you're more than medals. What do you think is going to happen in the next chapter of your life?
I don't know. I still plan to swim till LA 2028. So for me, swimming's the best form of exercise. I love it. And if I'm still performing, I still really want to be a part of it. But also I really want to write a children's book. And I wrote a book with my sister. So I love that. I love public speaking and just encouraging others. I think in this world, we do need a lot of hope and we do need someone. And if I'm that person to give you inspiration to go out and try a new thing or just pursue your passions or your goals, and I feel like, again, I've done my job right. I remember being that 10-year-old girl looking around everywhere I went before the Paralympics and not seeing another person who looked like me ever. I remember just thinking I was the only person on the entire world that was missing 2 legs. So when I got involved in the Paralympics, it was the first time I started wearing shorts. It was the first time I started just embracing this body that I was given, right? I don't have legs. I'll never have legs. But I also decided from a very early age that I was not going to let this life that I was given go to waste. And I really hope to encourage the next generation. And I'm really excited for the Paralympic movement and what's to come.
When you hear that you're so many little girls' heroes, what goes through your mind?
Oh my gosh, it's just the coolest thing because I know that, everyone needs a hero, everyone needs a role model. And, I think social media can be such a wonderful thing, but also just such a dangerous thing with comparison. Mm-hmm. And I think that's something I really want to be is just embracing just who you are and the way that you were made. And I love the Paralympics because it has given me confidence. Sport just is so amazing for girls. And, I've been involved with the Women's Sports Foundation for so long and I love what they do at Encompass, but just getting girls active and just gaining that confidence, right? Because I think when girls and women have confidence, we can truly take on the world.
Oh, I'm inspired. That was awesome.
Today All Day, coming up on Hashtag Cooking. Samadada is sharing her favorite dinner recipes that also make great leftovers. If you happen to be dining solo, these weeknight meals are hearty, healthy, and best of all, pretty easy to make, and you'll have a lot to share.
I just love the smell of ginger and garlic together. It reminds me of my mom. Aw. It was so cute of me. Sometimes it kind of feels like you need an occasion to cook. But guess what? You don't need to be going to a dinner party to make delicious food for yourself. Because you know what? A party for one? It's hashtag still a party. So I'm gonna show you how to get this party started with my delicious, flavorful best dal ever and a crunchy, creamy kale salad. Dal is a staple in Indian cooking. It was always on my dinner table growing up, thanks to my mom. My mom and I still shop for our lentils at Indian markets, but you can get them wherever you get your groceries. Little tip for cooking lentils, super important to always rinse them before you cook them. You want to rinse them until the water runs clear so we get rid of any debris, and then we're going to soak them. This will allow it to cook faster, and you can soak them either overnight or at least up to 30 minutes. I have my pre-soaked lentils here, and now all I'm going to do is drain the water out, like so. Get any residual lentils out. Can't leave any behind. They'll feel left out. Okay, I'm gonna let these hang out for a bit while we prepare the base of our dal. I've heated my stove to medium heat, and now I'm just gonna add a little bit of olive oil. Let that heat up, and then I'll work on my onions, garlic, and ginger. Adding a bit of olive oil here. Let that heat up. Now, I'm going to talk about my aromatics. So, onions, garlic, and ginger. I cannot imagine any dal without these basic ingredients. They're the aromatics that really impart a lot of flavor. It's going to become really deep and rich and flavorful, especially when paired with a fat like olive oil. I've got one whole onion that I've diced here, and I'm just going to add it into my oil. We love that sizzle. And I just want to saute the onions until they're nice and tender and translucent. I'm adding them separately away from the ginger and garlic because I don't want these guys to burn while I cook them with onions. So while my onions are cooking, I'm gonna work on my ginger and garlic. By work on, I mean grate them. I'm using 5 cloves of garlic here because I love a garlic moment. If that scares you, you can take it down a notch, but I'm always gonna keep it up a notch. I'm just grating this on a microplane until they're nice and really fine. Grating the garlic this fine is gonna allow it to impart a lot of flavor onto this dal, especially when paired with those onions. I'm gonna be grating these forever. Don't neglect your onions, okay? You wanna make sure these are happy too. Love garlic. I love garlic. No shame in my garlic game. That's why I'm adding 5 cloves. We're starting off strong. This recipe is truly one of my favorite plant-based meal options because it's super flavorful, but it's also packed with protein from the lentils, really warming spices. It's one of my favorites. I can't believe I'm microplaning and also looking at a camera. I love that for me. Okay. Garlic there. Now it's time for our ginger. Again, we can't neglect our onions. We want them to be tender and translucent and a little bit golden before we add the garlic and the ginger, just so we have already some caramelization going on before we hit the garlic and onions. Microplaning the garlic and the ginger is nice because it almost forms this paste, so it's gonna be really easy to cook in with our onions as well. Going with my ginger. Ginger is super healthy for you, and actually so is garlic. I just love the smell of ginger and garlic together. It reminds me of my mom. Aw. It was so cute of me. I know my heart is warm too. Don't worry, I'm still grating this ginger. You can leave, I'll still be here grating ginger. This is why I have only one bicep on my right arm. Because of my ginger grating skills. When you cook the onions and garlic and ginger in a fat like olive oil, it's gonna really break down those flavors so it becomes super flavorful and aromatic. We want that when we're pairing it with something like a dal. I'm all done with my ginger. Got my ginger, garlic, minced, grated situation here. My onions are looking tender, translucent, a little golden around the edges. So now it's the perfect time to add my ginger and garlic. You can see how it's kind of a paste. This is gonna be great for that flavor. I'm gonna cook the garlic and ginger in with the onions until all of the flavors really incorporate and it starts to brown a little bit. It smells so good. Now that my garlic and ginger have started to brown in with the onions, I'm gonna add my masala, or my spices. My favorites to use here are my cayenne, my turmeric, cumin, and coriander. It's really important that you do roast these spices because you don't want that raw smell or that raw taste. You want it to be super well browned so that it's aromatic. It smells so good. Now that my masala smells really nice, excuse me. Now that my masala smells really nice and toasty, I'm gonna go ahead and add my tomato paste. I'm using tomato paste here because I really like to impart that really deep tomato flavor, and when you brown this tomato paste, it's gonna taste so good. When you're cooking the tomato paste, you want it to turn a very deep, dark red brick color. And again, nobody likes that raw tomato taste or smell, so you wanna really cook it through. Now that I've cooked my tomato paste in with my masala, it's time to add my fresh tomatoes. I'm using canned tomatoes here. There is no shame here. I love a canned tomato. I love convenience. You can use diced tomatoes as well. I love a canned tomato moment. I think especially if you're cooking for one, there's no reason why you shouldn't use what's already in your pantry. You want to cook these tomatoes for about 3 to 5 minutes until they reduce and darken in color. Cooking the tomatoes in with the onions, garlic, ginger, and spices is going to allow it to be a lot more flavorful. Lentils themselves don't have a ton of flavor on their own, so that's why adding all of these different ingredients and spices is going to be really delicious for the actual dal itself. I'm going to season with a bit of salt and pepper here. Now I'm going to add some vegetable broth. And now we're going to add some coconut milk. Instead of using a cream or a ghee or a butter, we're using coconut milk to give that same really delicious creamy flavor, but without the dairy. Now we're just waiting for it to come to a boil. We're just waiting. We're a little impatient, but we're waiting. We're almost there. We're making progress. I love adding coconut milk to lentils because it makes them super creamy. It looks like we're boiling. Now that we're boiling and in business, I'm gonna reduce to a simmer and let it cook for 5 more minutes. Smells so good. Now we're gonna add our lentils. We're gonna simmer this for about 30 minutes until the lentils are soft and the curry gets really nice and thick. It looks so creamy already. Just wait till it's done though. All right, see you later.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Prets.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It's been about 30 minutes, so you know what that means. My dal should be ready. It's looking so nice, so thick and delicious, but there are a couple more things that I want to add. I'm gonna add in a little bit of sneaky spinach. This is not really traditional, but I do like to sneak some greens in where I can. Just chopped it up. Gonna add that straight in there and stir it up until it wilts. Going in there. So you're just gonna stir the spinach in until it wilts. Look at how thick that is. It looks so good. And the green adds some nice contrast to the red and yellow lentils, so it looks really aesthetically pleasing as well. Ooh, it looks so pretty. I'm also gonna add some fresh lemon juice, just for some acidity. You've got a lot of heavy flavors here, so it's really nice to add a bit of tang at the end. Straight into my pot. We love a little lemon zing. Mix that lemon juice straight in there. I'm gonna finish this all off by adding some fresh cilantro. The tender stems are okay, but I like to remove the thicker stems because those are a bit more bitter. You can totally chop this if you'd like, but I'm just gonna tear it roughly, because I kinda like those big pieces of cilantro. Oh, it's so pretty. Almost too pretty to eat. Keyword almost. And now it's time for me to serve myself. This dal is super versatile because you can eat it straight up as a soup, or you can also serve it with some naan or some rice. Look at how thick that is too. Ooh, it's so creamy. Here's my sneaky spinach. Can't leave them behind. And then to garnish, I'm just gonna add a little bit more cilantro on top. Just a little for the picture, you know? This looks so pretty. I have to send a picture to my mom. She's gonna be so proud of me. Oh, and I gotta get that naan and rice in there too. This is such a party for one. Like, I love this for me. This is an amazing dish because it stores really well too, so you can totally freeze it or keep it in the fridge for up to a week. I think it is time for me to taste it. I'm gonna go in straight up. I think my mom and I need to have a dal off. It was really good. I think this would impress her. Don't mind me while I take another few bites of this dal, but next I'm going to show you a kale salad that you are absolutely going to love. So good.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
You might be thinking, another kale salad? Sama, did we really need another kale salad? And to that, I say yes, we need this one. It is my favorite creamy, crunchy, savory kale salad that's really gonna make you want to eat your greens. The first step that we're gonna do to make this salad is make our croutons. This is a great way to use up any of your leftover stale bread. Your stale bread is not destined for the trash, it's destined to be croutons. All right, here's my loaf of bread. I'm just gonna slice this up, dice it a bit, and then we're gonna season it. When you're slicing bread, always remember to use a serrated knife so that I can cut through the bread a lot easier. So I really like nice, thick, and crunchy croutons, so I'm gonna cut the bread slices pretty thick so we can get it there. Should be good. Now I'm just gonna dice up these slices of bread. There's nothing better than a crouton in a salad. It really just adds that nice, crunchy, savory element. Plus, I will really just eat bread like whenever I can get an opportunity. This is a great opportunity. Sourdough croutons are my favorite because it's got that nice tang, and with the savory elements that we're gonna add, like the spices, it's gonna be so good. I'm one of those people that likes the end piece of a loaf of bread. They exist. I'm one of them. Now that I've got my croutons, all I'm gonna do is drizzle them with some olive oil and then season with salt, pepper, and red pepper flakes. Seasoning with some salt, some pepper. You can use your favorite seasonings here as well, but I love these 3. Now I'm just gonna toss them. And you know what? This is a dinner for one, me being the one. So I'm just gonna toss this with my hands. Make sure the olive oil and spices really nicely coat the bread. These look nice and evenly seasoned, so now I'm just gonna transfer them to my parchment lined pan. I wanna make sure that these are nice and spread out so they get a really crisp and even bake. So I might even reserve some of these to bake off later so I can get that nice crisp crouton. Now, I'm just gonna throw them in the oven for 10 to 15 minutes at 425 degrees. Make sure you stir them once during baking.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, guess what? My croutons are done. They look nice and golden and crisp. So I'm just gonna let them hang out and cool while I make my dressing. For the base of my salad dressing, I'm using tahini. If you don't know what tahini is, it's simply sesame seeds that have been ground up into a paste that's similar in texture to a peanut butter. It is my favorite savory grounding base for sauces and dressings. To my tahini, I'm gonna add a little bit of mustard, just for a bit of flavor. I'm gonna add some extra virgin olive oil, just a little. I'm gonna add some fresh lemon juice to this dressing to balance out the earthiness of the tahini. I also love a little tang in my dressings. It's gonna be so good. You want your salad dressing to be really bright and flavorful, especially when we're pairing it with a tougher green like a kale. All right, my lemon is in. I'm gonna whisk this a bit. Now I'm gonna add some of my spices. Got some freshly ground black pepper. Some salt. And for a little bit of spice, this seems to be the trend, some red pepper flakes. Now I'm just gonna whisk all of this together. You'll notice that this dressing is starting to seize, which means that it's becoming a little bit difficult to mix. So all we're gonna do is add a little bit of cold water to help everything come together. You can add more or less water to get the dressing to your desired consistency. To me, a tahini-based dressing is really similar to a Caesar dressing, so I really like to use it on kale because there's nothing better than a really delicious kale Caesar. Look at how creamy this is. And no dairy. This looks really delicious and creamy to me. So I'm gonna set this aside and get to work on my kale. To prepare my kale, all I'm gonna do is remove these tough stems. I don't love these stems because they're a little bit too fibrous, so I really don't want them at my party. You can just tear it straight off and discard the stems. You could use a knife to chop this up, but tearing it is a lot more fun. Kale is a really good salad green because it's got all of these ridges that allow the dressing to really get all up in there. See ya. I like to keep the kale in bigger pieces here because when I marinate it in the dressing, it's gonna wilt down a little. I'm a kale whisperer. We're making kale fun again. Really? You thought you didn't need another kale salad? You were wrong. This is the only kale salad you'll ever need. And I'm not biased at all. This is completely impartial. It's not like this is my favorite kale salad or anything. Again, you could have definitely used a knife, but I just made the life choice not to. It's a lot more fun to tear it. Just gonna add my kale to my bowl. And this is where this dinner for one party gets really fun. I get to become a kale masseuse. I'm gonna add this dressing into my kale and just massage it so the dressing gets all up into the ridges of the kale. Pouring that dressing straight in there, okay? And now I'm just gonna use my hands, they are clean, and massage my kale. Massaging your kale is super important because it helps to break down those tough fibers in the kale, and it really gets the dressing all evenly coated inside the kale. Look at it. The dressing is already coating it super nicely and it's becoming even softer. Okay, I got a little bit too excited massaging the kale, so now I'm gonna go rinse my hands off. The kale has really had a nice massage. It's feeling super zen, so it's time to set it aside and I'm gonna prepare my add-ins. So I'm adding some tomatoes into the salad to add those really nice bursts of sweetness, and it's gonna complement both the kale and the dressing really nicely. You can use grape tomatoes here, you can use cherry tomatoes. I find that these are a lot nicer and sweeter, so that's why it's gonna be a great complement to this kale salad. That kale is so lucky though, it got a super long massage. My favorite part about this kale salad is that you've got a lot of crunchy elements like these sunflower seeds and the croutons, and some creamy elements like these beans and avocado. So I'm gonna go ahead and dice my avocado. So pretty. To dice this, I'm gonna dice it in the skin. So I'm just going to create the dicing inside so it makes it a lot easier to scoop right out and into my salad. I'm creating little hashtags in honor of hashtag cooking, and then I'm gonna add it into my salad. Scoop it straight out. Make sure you get all the way to the peel, to the skin, so that you can remove the avocado easily, like so. Okay, this avocado is a bit resistant, it's fine. All right, another half. Now we're moving on to another creamy component, my beans. These are gonna be really delicious because they're gonna add some protein, but also be super velvety and creamy in the salad. Add these straight in. I'm using white beans or cannellini beans here, but you can use whatever bean you'd like. Now I'm gonna add some sunflower seeds for another crunchy textural element. I'm gonna reserve some for the top. You can even use pumpkin seeds here if you'd like. And finally, for my croutons. Perhaps the reason you're interested in the salad in the first place? So these guys? I won't tell. I'm like kind of there with you. I'm just kidding, I love everything in the salad. I'm gonna reserve some croutons for the top as well, just to get that crunchiness. Now I'm gonna toss. Now I'm just gonna toss my salad together. There's so many fun elements going on here. It's a very exciting salad. And it's kind of pretty too. You got the tomatoes, which are nice and bright. Avocado. To finish it off, I'm gonna add some sunflower seeds on top. We're a little bit about aesthetics here. Not gonna front. And some croutons too. And this is my kale salad dinner for one, which also means that I can eat out of this bowl and no one's really gonna know or care because it's just me. This is such a glamorous kale salad that I cannot eat it without taking a picture first. This will inspire any kale hater or kale skeptic to eat their kale, I promise. Just try it out. Now it's my turn to try it out. And even if I don't finish this all right now, this stores super well because it's just gonna marinate in its dressing for longer and get even more flavorful. Here I go. You just gotta get a little bit of everything. Some of the kale, the crouton, the tomato. Maybe it's too much for me to get a bit of everything, but I'm gonna try. Okay. I really am trying to get a bit of everything and it's not gonna work. Will it work? Okay. Here I go. Yeah. I mean, crunch from the sunflower seeds. Wait, I need a crouton. Really crunchy. So good. Can you hear that? You can hear that? You know what? I think there are gonna be a lot of kale converts after they try the salad.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
Now to the movie that's going to get America racing back to the theaters this weekend.
Tomorrow's a big day. It's the latest chapter in the Fast and the Furious story. It drops. It's called F9, The Fast Saga. Donna, you sat down with the stars.
I did.
I'm sorry.
I know, it felt so fun and furious. Vin Diesel, John Cena, Ludacris, and Jordana Brewster. The summer blockbuster is back, and this one is sure to get die-hard fans all revved up.
It's the thrill we've all been waiting for. The continuation of the Fast and Furious saga, Fast and Furious 9.
The fact that this movie is now servicing the return to the theatrical experience, I can't tell you how much joy that brings us and how proud we are to be able to do that for the world.
Bringing the world that same joy are recurring stars Vin Diesel, Jordana Brewster, and Ludacris, as well as a debut from F9 villain John Cena.
How do these action scenes compare to your WWE days?
In the WWE, we do our best to perform physically the best we can possible. Fast and Furious basically starts their action with the question of what's impossible, and their answer is always, okay, let's do that. So it's nothing like WWE because Fast literally makes the impossible possible.
What is it like playing brothers against each other?
I remember vividly the first Fast and Furious movie, and I remember growing up with the entire franchise, and I get to square off with Dom Toretto. That's awesome. So that's the new guy's perspective.
Shine a light on how much of your stunt work you actually do.
Definitely more than I should.
True.
Definitely
That's
more than
true.
I should. When we first started 20 years ago, you could tell me to jump off a building and I would have thought nothing of it. But now, when your family grows, you have to consider risk assessment.
Jordana, you play a constant, wonderful figure in this series. And this time in Fast 9, you have your son on set. He's playing a role in the movie. How does it feel to have him on set?
Really speaks to the fact that this franchise really is all about family. And the fact that we're at a point 20 years after the first one where now we can bring our own children to set and they see that they're also a part of the magic. He's also really proud to see Mom on billboards now in LA. He's like, oh my God, you're on a bus stop. Like, what? Wow, it's like I finally have cred in his eyes.
Are your kids impressed by your action stardom?
That's funny. I would say my kids are definitely impressed by it. Because they get to come to set and they get to see it and they're wondering what's taking so long just to shoot one scene. But you know, they're impatient when they come to set and see it in person because it can take 3 days to shoot 60 seconds in a film.
The kids have never known anything else because each one of my children were born while I was filming a Fast and Furious.
This movie marks 20 years of the franchise. How has Fast and Furious added to your lives?
Man, I can definitely say Fast and Furious has added to my life, my family's life, other families' lives. I've been able to provide and be a blessing to a lot of different people because this franchise has been a blessing to me. That's the best way I can put it.
We have a family in each other, and that is for life.
And finally, let's play a game called Think Fast. So I'm gonna say a word and then you have to tell me the first thing that comes to mind. So Ludacris, fast.
Furious.
Jordana, 9.
Yes! Finally!
John, Cars.
Are a passion of mine, and what a pleasure it is to be able to meld entertainment and the job that I do with a passion of mine in Fast 9.
And Vin, family.
Everything.
Such a cool conversation.
And you like the movie, Donna?
I really liked
did?
it. It was fun. And you know what's great? They're a family on and off
Yeah.
screen.
You
Like
can
you can
tell.
feel it. You can
Yeah.
tell. And I felt so welcomed in their world. It was nice.
20 years. It's crazy. Thank
know.
you, Donna.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. Boom. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
All right, it's time for the actor who really doesn't need an introduction, other than to say he happens to be one of the greatest action stars of the 21st century.
That's right. He's battled Batman.
Yeah.
He's mastered the art of welding a lightsaber. And he's even saved a person or two after they were taken. We're talking about, of course, the incredible Liam Neeson.
And Liam's giving action fans just what they want. His newest Netflix flick, The Ice Road. He plays a truck driver on a rescue mission that takes him over a frozen ocean. But between a massive storm and sabotaging the enemy, will he make it in time?
I don't know. Let's take a look.
We can't stay here. We can't back up. We'll have to outrun it.
You're dreaming.
You got a better idea?
Okay, OMG. Hi, Liam. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, Hoda. Hi, Jenny.
Okay, so you outran it. We're glad to see that. Tell us about being there, because it looks, first of all, it looked freezing cold. You were really in the tundra. It was really cold where you were, right?
It was very cold. We were up in Manitoba on Lake Winnipeg on real ice. It was a real ice road. And without spoiling it for an audience, there's a sequence where we have to, I have to dive in onto the ice to save my brother, Lawrence Fishburne. The great Lawrence Fishburne's in the movie too. He has to go into the water too. It was so cold, I can't tell you. And we had dry suits on, but and God forgive me for I couldn't. We had to be under the water for about 10, 12 seconds, and I could not get the Titanic victims.
Yes.
Were you? I'm not trying to be all depressing about this. I just couldn't think how they, because apparently if you can't control your breath within 45 seconds, you're a goner.
Can I just ask you, like, you read a script about this type of frozen tundra, and you know that you probably will have to jump in the water, or I know you did jump in the water. What makes you say yes to this? Like, don't you want to do something in Miami?
Or an English tea comedy or something like that. You know, I don't know. It was a very good script. And yes, there's a couple of hairy sequences. And I could have got a stunt double to do it, but I felt they paid me quite a considerable sum of money, and I thought the very least I can do is don a dry suit and go into the ice.
We wanted to also wish you a little belated happy birthday. 69 looks real good. No, it looks real good on you.
What did you say, Hoda? 69?
I thought I did.
What's the old joke? I'm celebrating the anniversary of my 50th birthday.
Okay, and you know, Hoda and I love Actually.
Oh my God.
It's one of our favorite films. Like
you
you just said, will you ever possibly go back to doing just a lovely little rom-com?
I think I'm past that age, Jenna.
You passed a rom-com?
No, honey. No, you're not. No.
Love Actually was a lovely film. It was a good film, you know.
It really was.
Curtis. And I'm pleased every Christmas it comes out again, and people seem to really, really enjoy it.
Well, whenever anyone asks me my all-time favorite movie, I say I love Actually every single time. All right, we're gonna test some things we found on the web. We're not sure if they're true, but we want you to tell us whether they are or whether they aren't. You got it, Jenna?
True or false, as a kid, you agreed to be the lead in a school play because you had a crush on one of your co-stars.
Yes. When I was 11 years of age. And obviously nothing happened. But I got to share the stage with this beautiful girl.
Oh. All right.
And discovered a love of theater. Yes.
Thank God for her. We're happy. We're happy she was around. All right. True or false? You were brought in for the role of the giant in The Princess Bride, but we're told by director Rob Reiner that even you, and you're 6'4", he said, "No, babe, not tall enough for this role."
No, and he didn't use the word babe either. I walked into the room, and I admire Rob Reiner. He's meathead from All in the Family, and
meathead.
He didn't even say hello. He just went, "What height are you, kid?" I said, 6'4". And he looked at the casting directors and I said, "I want a giant." He's just a cool Irish guy. That was it. But they got the right guy for the job.
All right.
Liam, congrats on everything.
Yeah,
and
Ice Road is really cool, and it'll keep your heart pounding. Thank you, Liam.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Megan Fox has been on the Hollywood scene for 2 decades, but her first big break was in the 2007 and the blockbuster hit Transformers.
All right, but since then, she has gone on to star in comedies, dramas, and horror films like the 2009 movie Jennifer's Body. Well, now Megan is returning to the Fright Fest with a new movie. It's called Till Death.
It's so scary.
Megan, we're scared already.
Oh no, sorry about that.
No, we're into it.
Before we get to the movie, I hear you're a big reader, like Jenna. Do you belong to the Jenna Book Club?
You could be a member.
I could be a member. I do prefer to read over any other form of entertainment. I don't watch a lot of television or never on my phone, so I do sort of get consumed with books. What's your favorite book, Jenna?
Well, that's a hard one, but I just recommended today. There's this great book called Hell of a Book. We saw one of your children running in the background, so I'm sorry that this is the title, but it's so brilliant. I'll send you a copy if you're interested. It's by Jason Mott. It's really good.
Great.
Okay,
Yeah.
First of all, where are you? We see a lot of pillows, some clothes. What's going on here?
And we saw a little kid trying to be sneaky, thinking they were out of the
Crawling
shot.
in the background.
Yeah, here comes another one right now. Wait, there it goes.
There we go.
Yes. Journey, you gotta crawl. You gotta crawl.
Hi.
Go.
Hi.
They just woke up. It's what is it, 7:30 here? So they woke up a few minutes ago, and it just is what it is. Like, was how to make it work. But I'm in the house that we're staying in for right now. This is the living room area, and they all fell asleep on the couch last night watching a movie.
But
So they
not
just
your
woke
movie,
up.
because Till Death, let me tell you, we watched the trailer.
Yes.
We were terrified.
I had nightmares.
Do you love the horror genre? Oh my gosh, look, oh, sorry, your baby's going by again. There he goes.
Do I prefer the horror genre?
Yeah, do you
Was that the
like
it? He's gonna crawl over on the side.
We can't help.
I do prefer not just straight. There's 3 of them, so you're gonna see like all the.
Yeah, we love it.
I prefer like a comedy infused with the thriller element or the horror element. That's what Jennifer's Body was. That would probably be the blueprint for me of my favorite projects thus far. And this movie is a psychological thriller, and there are some horror elements, but I also think it's hilarious. I don't know if everyone else will agree, but when I read the script, I was like, God, this is a really funny premise. But it is kind of dark, I guess. I do prefer those movies, though.
Yeah, so it is about a marriage gone wrong, but you are in a relationship, a successful one that is all over the place. I feel like every day we open the paper to see a headline. How do you deal with that? Is that cool with you, or what is that like?
It's not preferable that everything you do is a news headline or that people know sort of every time you leave your house, but so far so good, and life is just a series of moments, so I'm just trying to really enjoy this moment and live in it and be happy with it.
Well, you
very
guys
grateful.
are like quite beautiful to photograph. You
I know, I
kind of
think
can't
that's
blame
it.
those photographers. They got to snap those shots.
That Saturday Night Live look. I mean, by the way, there's another baby crawling in the background.
Oh wait, we just got another one.
We're trying to stay focused, but we can't help it. Okay, what is it like being a mommy to these little babes? Are you having so much fun?
I am. I mean, I wish there was like a way, I'm sure a lot of moms feel this way, where you could just every once in a while for a day, like put them all back at like that 2-3-year-old period, because it's hard to watch them grow up so quickly. That is something I actually really struggle with that a lot. I cry about it all the time because they grow up so fast, and my phone will send me pictures of them when they were younger, and it's hard to look at. It's painful to love something so much, but I have 3 boys. They are hilarious. They don't listen to me at all. So
Same, C's. It's so funny, Megan, because I do I'll have a long, exhausting day with my kids, and then I get in bed. I'm like, ugh, and then I start looking at their baby pictures, and my husband's like, "Are you insane? Like now you're looking at their baby pictures, but it's so sweet and it's so precious, and it goes so fast." I get it.
I also feel like no matter how engaged you are or how hard you were trying at the time, you always look back and you're like, I could have been more present, or I hope I was grateful for this while I was in that moment, because I'll never get that moment back. Like this.
This moment right here.
Amazing moment.
Luckily, we can just send you this on video, and you can see your babes crawling in the background. Megan, think of this.
I love how they think they're sneaky. We see you.
We see you. Thank you, Megan. Okay, if you need a good laugh, there's a great movie you can watch this weekend. It's called Queen Bees.
It looks good. It's got an incredible cast. Jane Curtin, Ellen Burstyn, Anne Margaret, Loretta Devine, and James Caan, just to name a few. And Donna got a chance to sit down with 3 of those legends.
I sure did. It was amazing. And let me just say, we laughed a lot. This movie is about love and friendship, which is something everyone can relate to, no matter your age. Take a look.
This table is by invitation only.
Are you serious?
It's Golden Girls meets Mean Girls.
We don't take crap from anyone.
Starring Ellen Burstyn, one of few to achieve the triple crown of acting.
They're like Mean Girls, but with medical alert bracelets.
Golden Globe and Emmy Award-winning Anne Margaret.
We are the cool ones.
And NAACP Image and Emmy Award-winning Loretta Devine.
She used to say Sirius has a heart attack, but then Marjorie killed over, so she don't say it anymore.
Queen Bees is based on a real-life love story that blossomed in a retired living community.
I think this is called stalking.
Ellen, your character reluctantly ends up in a retired living community.
You know what? There was a lot of romance going on in that place. Didn't you think so? There are a lot of couples forming.
You always walk around at night with a bottle of wine?
Budding romance wasn't the only resemblance between the halls of the senior facility and the halls of a high school.
There were hints to Mean Girls, the movie. Have any of you guys seen Mean Girls?
Yes.
No, Ellen, you haven't seen it.
No, I don't see movies with the word mean in.
I have this line that says, high school, we graduate. Here we die. So I think it sort of like turned out that became what it was about, you know.
No matter where you are, there are always cliques.
Loretta, you said you liked playing mean. Is that right?
I rarely get to play mean, and then my character turned out not to be mean, really.
The Queen Bees may start off as total bees, but watching the film, you can't help but fall in love with them.
This movie makes you laugh, it makes you cry. It makes you feel all the feels. What has it taught you about love and friendship?
So there was lots of times, and Margaret and I went shopping a couple of times together. So meeting new people and starting new friendships, that happened in the film a lot.
Did this movie restore anything for you all?
Well, our careers.
My faith in friendship, I love the idea that we have our older friends that we've had forever, and then you meet a great new group of friends, and all of a sudden you've got thousands. No, I had the best time doing this movie.
I'm so happy that this movie is going to be showing in theaters, because I think it's more enjoyable to see a comedy with a lot of other people.
Well, the one thing I can say about this movie, it leaves everybody with such a warm feeling. They're
Right.
sort of like seeing into what their lives are like and what they can look forward to if they live, you know? So that's
the living is important.
Your life doesn't stop at a certain age. I
Right.
think this movie really shows that. Just be open. You got to be open to new friends and new situations.
Really quickly, we have a Hoda and Jenna quick quiz. Are you ready? Okay, what is one item that's always in your purse?
Lipstick.
Money.
Credit card.
What is the most starstruck you've ever been?
I lived next door to Baryshnikov. I had a teepee on my property, and we used to go in there and light fires and serve him champagne. It was one of my favorite things I've ever done in my life.
And what is the best life advice you've ever received?
Don't let anyone hurt you.
No good deed goes unpunished.
And also, above all, be kind.
Yes.
And that is exactly what your characters did. That is exactly what you've done today.
There's a bond that we created that's real.
Yes. And the movie makes it forever. That's what's so great about it. I mean, it'll outlive us all, won't it?
That's right.
It's a great film. Queen Bees hits theaters nationwide. That's exciting to say.
Yes.
And is on demand today.
Oh, it looks so
great.
good. Good job, Donna.
What a great cast. Thanks so much, Donna.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Welcome Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Brisbane, Australia.
Good morning, Matt, or should we say good evening? And the pub looks good on you at this time of night. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think there are some races going off in South Africa at this point, so I got to get on a horse pretty soon.
The fact that you stuck around for us.
Yeah, we want to give you a big thank you because we've been watching you down under. I know you don't have any social media, but your buddy Chris Hemsworth does, and he likes to post pictures of you guys broing out.
Really broing out.
Yeah, he sure does.
And how does that, do you like that you are in these social media kind of, broing around town? Is it depict actually, who you guys are as a friendship?
Yeah, no, they're just whatever. They're just pictures and like kind of fun moments. That first one was just the director of Thor, Love and Thunder, Taika Waititi. We just made a joke that it looked like an album cover, so we took a silly picture and then Chris posted it. But it's a weird thing when your buddy posts a picture, suddenly like everybody sees it.
I know.
And it's just a bizarre. That's why I don't do that. I tend to just kind of keep to myself a little more. But
Yeah.
Look at those three idiots. I mean, what a ridiculous picture.
I mean, first of all, people could be getting jealous because you're good friends with Thor. You know, and when by people I mean your BFF Ben.
We think he's upset with you.
That's a nice segue.
I've practiced it. I'm not good at this.
Where could we possibly be going? Where could we possibly be going with this? Oh my God!
I mean, I'm just wondering. Does he text you like,
hey, guess what? I'm dating J-Lo again.
Well, Ben and I wrote a movie together with Nicole Holofcener that's going to come out later this year. So I talk to him every day, but we don't talk about personal stuff. We just talk about the movie.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Speaking of pictures being posted, and this is the last beat on this, we promise, but it's kind of funny to see them 17 years later in a car together, going on a plane somewhere together. It's just interesting to see them together. Not much has changed.
Certainly not for her. She looks like she did 20 years ago. I mean, she looks incredible. I can tell you, I see him up close. He's definitely changed. He's aged. He looks like a 48-year-old man. She does not. I don't know what happened. I don't know what secret she has, but she looks amazing.
She really does.
Yeah, she really does.
Okay, this movie.
Oh my gosh, Stillwater.
Stillwater looks so good.
We are so into it. I mean, this looks like one of those must-see movies. We're going to take a quick look at the trailer. So let's take a peek real quick.
Yeah, visit my daughter.
You're the father of the girl, the American student?
Yes, ma'am. Allison came here for college, and that's where she met this girl, Lena. One night she found Lena dead and called the police. All they cared about was Allison sleeping with some Arab girl.
I loved her.
I know you did.
But everybody thinks that I killed her.
Oh my gosh.
We can't wait to see it.
So what happened? Did she do it?
Just tell us.
Guys, I can't. I mean, you got to go to the movie. We need people to come back to the movies. That's the goal. But it's really good, and I'm really proud of it. And Tom McCarthy wrote it and directed it, and with these two great French writers, I'm not going to. it's really good. It's like a dramatic thriller. Like it looks a little like it might turn into a Liam Neeson movie, but it's not one of those movies where like I know karate and I can saber because I'm in the CIA. It's about a normal guy, you know, a guy who's a roughneck, a guy who's an oil worker in Oklahoma, and he, you know, suddenly finds himself in this foreign country and he can't speak the language, and there are all these cultural barriers, and he's just doing his best to kind of fight for his daughter because he knows she's innocent, and it's just a beautiful little movie.
We think.
Hi there, I'm Jill Martin. For the last 12 years, I've been the lifestyle contributor for The Today Show. Now I'm here with a first-of-its-kind show, one that I've always dreamed of doing. It combines the biggest names, the hottest products, and tips on how to use them. As we head into fall, let's reset with a new routine. Joining us is powerhouse entrepreneur, chef, and cookbook author Ayesha Curry with her favorite items to help capture your calm. Plus, organize and transform a simple space with a few basic items. And we've got beauty, fitness, and fashion finds to refresh every area of your life. So let's fall into the second half of the year with ease and grace. We got this. This is Shop Today with me, Jill Martin. We hope to simplify your shopping experience with features that make it super easy to shop along with us. Do you see the QR code at the bottom of your screen? It will be there throughout the show, giving you instant access to my product picks. All you need to do is this. Open the camera app on your smartphone, point the camera to the screen, and hold your phone there until your device recognizes the QR code and shows you a notification. Just tap the notification to open the link and start shopping. After a crazy year, to say the least, many of us had a well-deserved summer of fun and spent time just finding our way. But now it's back to school and back to work, and it's back to business. This show is all about finding your groove and improving areas of your home and routine. So here is my IT list to take us into fall with ease. Kicking it off, we have one of the hottest brands in health and fitness. These have been impossible to get, but we have them, the Bala Bangles. They are wearable weights that add a constant but comfortable resistance to virtually any workout. Perfect to add a little more oomph to yoga, Pilates, power walking, or workout of your choice. I even wear them around the house going up and down the stairs. The Bala Bangles come in a ton of fun colors and patterns and multiple weights. We have the 1 and 2 pounders here. We also have their new Bala Beam. Now get this, it's a 15-pound weight that takes the hassle out of heavy workout equipment. You can press, curl, row, squat, and lunge, increasing your strength, agility, endurance, and balance. The Bala Bangles start at $49 and the Beam goes for $99. Plus, we have some exciting news. The Bala brand rarely gives a deal, but we have exclusive discounts on both the Bangles and the Beam. Head to today.com/shopallday for all the details. All right, moving on to beauty. We have a great at-home hack, these dip powder kits. This is the newest trend in nail care. These sets provide long-lasting, chip-resistant dip powder for that glossy salon look for a fraction of the price. The kits come in tons of colors, including bright shades and neutral tones, and start at $16. Next up, something that caught my eye, not only because of the name, but because it is something I use weekly. I am someone who dermaplanes my face, and it helps remove unwanted hair, peach fuzz, and also helps exfoliate the skin. These are the Jill razors, ironically, no relation. These facial razors are trending big in the beauty world with 2 blade options, all made for sensitive skin. The razors also help reduce the appearance of scars, smooth skin tone, and texture, and create a beautiful canvas for makeup. If you'd like to try the technique, I recommend starting with the Jill Glow Kit. And if you like the results, try subscribing to receive 2 refills per month. The Glow Kit is around $25, and a monthly subscription goes for just under $6 per month. You could read the reviews and check out how to use it by going to today.com/shopallday. Next up, a few of my fashion finds. These are an absolute must-have if you're a beach lover like me. Take a look. Would you ever guess that these shoes are waterproof? Meet SeaStar, a brand founded in 2015 with the hopes of creating the perfect waterproof beach shoe. The brand specializes in water-friendly neoprene espadrilles, super soft and perfect for everyone in the family. We have men's, women's, beachcomber styles here, as well as cute options. Look at these for the kiddies. Also from SeaStar, we have their Fisherman's Tote. Now check this out. All right, it starts flat, and then voila, easy packing. It instantly transforms into the perfect carry-all for the beach, for the pool, or even toting workout gear and groceries. No sand in the car for you. Comes in several colors and patterns. And last up from SeaStar, we have their adorable little cosmetic bags. Also a water-friendly find. The Skipper pouch, they call it, is what I use for my sunscreen, lip gloss, and other go-to beach beauty products. Items start at $36. Moving on, we have a really hot brand right now. All of these items are from Away, a company that changed the game for luggage and travel accessories. This is the Weekender, a versatile canvas duffel. It features a shoe compartment, a 15-inch laptop sleeve, as well as a trolley sleeve that allows you to easily slip on and secure it to your rolling suitcase. Plus, it fits in the overhead bin of most airlines. Next up from Away, we have the mini suitcase. How cute is this? Made with the same durable polycarbonate shell as their popular full-size suitcases. The Mini is designed to stow and protect your small travel essentials, tech items, toiletries, and whatever else you might need on the road. And we even have more of the brand's small accessories here that are trending. Check out the jewelry box, tech case, and the zip-around travel wallet, perfect for all of your essentials. These travel must-haves start at $45. Head to today.com to see all the options. Now moving on to another great travel and organization hack. These are so great, the Stasher reusable sandwich and snack bags. This is a sustainable way to stow away snacks. Throw this in your work tote or in lunch boxes this fall. Easy to clean and store away. Several sizes here. These are also great for your travel size liquids. And stay tuned for later in the show. I'll show you even more ways to use these. The various Stasher sizes range from $10 to $20. And last up on my it list, we have a super popular social media find. These are splash mixers, alcohol-free mixers made with natural ingredients that taste great. The founder, Maria Baum, took the line direct to consumer during the pandemic, all while battling breast cancer for the second time. Now, each splash flavor is low sugar, low calorie, low sodium, gluten-free, natural, and kosher certified. Check out all the flavors, including margarita, mojito, cosmopolitan, and more. If you want to try out several of the options, snag the variety pack. The single bottles go for $12.99, and variety packs start at $25.95. Well, that wraps up my it list. Let's recap the products one more time. We have the Bala Bangles and Bala Beam, the at-home dip powder kits, the Jill razors, the SeaStar Beachcomber espadrilles, Fisherman's Tote and Skipper pouch, the Away travel accessories, the Stasher reusable bags, and the Splash mixers and cocktail kits. To shop these products, scan the QR code or do it the old-fashioned way. Head to today.com/shopallday. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. And don't go anywhere. We're bringing you easy hacks to instantly refresh your space. And later, Aisha Curry joins us with her morning routine must-haves. Stay tuned. This is Shop Today.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
All right, I'm about to geek out. I'm so jazzed about this next segment because I like nothing more than organizing. I believe in it so much that I wrote 3 books about it. Once you start, you don't want to stop. So I'm going to show you how you can take a wall from this to this, like I did in my home. So let's get into the products, starting with some of my favorite finds from the Container Store. First up, the small drop front shoebox cases. These are great to keep your shoe collection protected from dust while keeping them easy to access. The clear windows allow you immediately to see the shoes stored inside, and the drop front opening means you don't have to unstack the boxes to get the pair you want. We also have the premium stackable tall shoe bin. It's modular, so you could build it with whatever space you have available. That's the cool thing. Next up from the Container Store, we have the acrylic purse organizers. I just love these. They come in 3 or 4 section designs and keep everything upright to preserve shape. Clutches, wallets, small purses, and evening bags always look their best. And you have what you need right at your fingertips. We also have a few products from the Home Edit Girls. Here's their 4-drawer makeup starter kit and their space saver hair and makeup solution. Perfect for storage for accessories, makeup, toiletries, and more. You can get creative with this. You can even use it for jewelry and kids' accessories. These start at about $32. Moving along, we have this large purse organizer. Now, it could also double as a hat stand or for jackets. It's a tried and true storage solution for handbags, jackets, and more. I love this because it adds a little height to your space, but also allows you to easily see and grab whatever handbag you're looking for. The large purse organizer goes for $37.99. Next up, a little hack I really love. Check out these cork boards that double as jewelry displays. Now here's what you do. You hang your more delicate jewelry from push pins, and you could get really pretty push pins so that you could see every single necklace. And displaying them all for easy access will keep them from tangling. Pick a corkboard design that you love to make a design statement and add a little bit of personality to the space. The corkboards begin at $18.99. All right, next up, here is something that really creates that wow factor and instantly transforms the space. This brand is called Wallpops. It's peel and stick wallpaper that is super easy to install. You can remove it cleanly whenever you want. I use the Indigo Empress print. Doesn't this look beautiful? Use a printed wallpaper in a white background, and it can actually open your space and make it look bigger. We have tons of their fabulous prints here, from geometric to floral, and even designer styles like Scalamandre's iconic zebra print. The Wallpops start for just $37 per roll, and just for reference, my wall took about 4 rolls to do. All right, next up are a couple of other storage and home finds to really help elevate your surroundings this fall. This item is such a great little find that is a workhorse and the perfect product as so many of us head back to work and school. This is the Friender pen and pencil holder, which fits tons of writing utensils as well as an iPhone. If you're sending the kiddies off to school this fall, fill this up with fun school supplies or use it as I do as a makeup pouch when I'm on the go. Prices begin at just $7.99. Well, as you know, I'm obsessed with personalized products and home products. So here from Shutterfly, we have their small accessories like wireless chargers, coasters, tumblers, and placemats. These add a personal touch to everyday items. And we also have some of their larger one-of-a-kind finds, like the woven blanket and the beanbag, which is just such a throwback and really catches your eye and gives a pop to any room. The Shutterfly products start at just $7.50. All right, on to some tech products that are really going to make a big difference for you, starting with the Amazon Smart Plug. It's a wall outlet that syncs directly to an app on your smartphone, allowing you to turn off lamps, kitchen appliances, and yes, even your hot hair tools from anywhere.
This product is no longer available at the time of air, but don't worry, we found another great option with 16,000 Amazon reviews. Head to today.com/shopallday to check it out.
And moving on, this is the Pura Smart Fragrance Diffuser. It's an elevated wall plug-in that allows you to customize your scent experience with premium designer-grade fragrances from the convenience of your smartphone. So adjust the scent intensity, setting custom schedules, and utilizing away mode with the smartphone app. They also sell a variety of your favorite scents. Shop for high-end candle lines like LAFCO, Nest, Capri Blue, Archipelago, and more. The Pura Smart device goes for $44 and scents start at $16. And last up, I've really gotten into clean home products. Meet Clean Cult, a sustainable clean brand I'm really loving. Their complete home bundle includes the entire suite of refillable glass bottles in your choice of color and a complete set of the brand's best-selling Coco Clean technology formulas for every room, kitchen, laundry, and bathroom. Once your bundle arrives, simply fill your glass bottles and dive into a natural clean routine. All right, let's go through the products one more time. We have the storage solutions from Container Store, the large purse organizer, the cork boards for jewelry displays, the Friender stationery case, the Wall Pops peel and stick wallpaper, the personalized home products from Shutterfly, the smart home devices from Amazon and Pura, and the Clean Cult Complete Home Bundle. To shop these products, simply scan the QR code or head to today.com/shopallday. And coming up next, Ayesha Curry, how the busy mom of three finds her balance. That's straight ahead, only on Shop Today.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our next guest exudes calm and confidence. I had the chance to talk to entrepreneur, chef, and cookbook author Ayesha Curry. The busy mom of three recently launched her lifestyle brand, Sweet July. She shared with us her daily routines, how she balances work and play, and her passion to empower women. I love that we're talking about balance. Tell me about Sweet July for somebody who doesn't know what Sweet July represents.
Everybody always asks, like, why July? And all three of my kids were born in July, and my husband and I got married in July, and it is the biggest, most exciting month of the year for us every year. But then we kind of have this like adrenaline rush, and then it tapers off, right? And I started to realize, there's gotta be a way to take the way that I feel during the month of July and feel that every day.
I know you got your entrepreneurial spirit for Sweet July from your mother. I know that she was a small business owner. So tell me what she taught you and how important that influence was on you.
Absolutely. So small business owner, 40 years, had her hair salon, different locations, but most of the time it was in Toronto in the basement of her home. I just watched her patience and poise. That resilience for me was so inspiring.
Working is just part of your DNA, literally.
Yeah, for sure. I love it. I'm creative at heart, and so it's kind of, all of this is how I express myself and keep those parts of me that are me outside of being a mom and a wife.
So how important is routine to you?
As I get older, it's become the most important thing to me. If I don't have those rituals, I feel like I'm falling apart.
So let's start with your morning routine and some of your products. The first one is Sweet Morning Tea and Sweet July Coffee.
Right here, yes, we have some brewed. So the first Sweet Morning's tea, it's, ginger, elderberry, licorice root. So it's gonna give you that boost of energy you need. Ginger's anti-inflammatory, elderberry, as we know, it's in everything. It helps that immune system. We're obsessed with our coffee. All female owned cooperative. And so I love that about it. It's just a pure blend. It's right in the middle between a bold and a house, and I can't get enough.
And easy to get now because you opened a cafe.
We love our little spot in Oakland. It's on such an amazing block that actually has a bunch of Black female-owned businesses. It feels like a little family spot.
I want to talk about the Carter mug because I know you're obsessed. No spill, fits cup holders, and washes easily.
It's so chic. I love that it looks like a little pod, but the cool thing about it is it's insulated with ceramic. And so a lot of times with these steel mugs, you get that metally taste in your mouth. That's not gonna happen with this. And it has a strainer in it. So it's the strongest brewed tea. It's so good.
I'm a big pen and paper person. I write everything down. And, as a business person, I think it's really important to visually see everything. So I'm holding up your calendar, which is a weekly calendar, which I like because you do it and then it's over. And you have the day done and you feel a sense of accomplishment.
I love either crossing something off or just ripping it up when the day is done. My husband will be like, we have iPhones, you can do the iCalendar. I'm like, no, I've got to write it down. There's something about the ritual of writing it down that embeds it in my brain. This helps keep me organized for sure.
And you even have a stickum pad that says Sweet July. So, that really is, what a beautiful just little gift to give someone with a message on it that says I love you or whatever mantra that you would like somebody to wake up with every day.
Yeah, I have got them all over my computer right now, so I'm kind of laughing on the inside.
Do you leave little stickum notes when he goes on the road?
Yeah, and he actually leaves them for me too, so it's quite sweet.
You created these products, and I'm sure this is filled up with all your kids' games and everything. 3 kids. So I think that being able to handle and juggle all of these different things is important to be able to share.
A lot of days I feel like I'm falling apart because there's so much going on. And what you start to realize when you rally around the moms is that we're all the same. We all feel like a chicken with our head cut off. And so I kind of find peace in that, in knowing that I'm not crazy.
Right. We're all a hot mess in some way.
We're all a hot mess. We're all just trying to figure it out. And that is okay. That's what life's a journey. If we all had it all together, what's the point?
You're only in your early 30s. It's pretty incredible what you've accomplished, but you've been through a journey of self-confidence and shared that and tried to help empower other women. But then I opened your magazine and saw
that was an empowering moment for me as a mom. After having 3 kids and I had lost 30 pounds, so I was like, no, we're doing it. Let's just do it. My husband loved it. He picked the picture. I was like, this is cool. And I hope that when my girls get older, they look at it and they're like, that was a moment, Mom.
Let's get into your evening routine. I believe that when you start a makeover, I always say start with the sheets in your bedroom when you're doing a bedroom makeover because we spend 30% of our lives in bed. So tell me about your line and what inspired you to go in this direction.
So it's cotton linen blend. So you have the softness, but you still have that breathability. But for me, I'm quite messy. And so being able to have something in this neutral palette that's relaxed and can fall off the bed, but still look somehow chic, I think was really important. The more you wash them, the softer they become. And so there's no real wear and tear. It's like wear and gain comfort. I've struggled for so long with sleep issues. And so to bring a little less stress into your bed when you hop in and to have something that you really love, I think is so nice. It helps you sleep just a little bit better.
Before we let you go, I want to play a game of true and false. Steph's father actually gave you a food-based gift that would wind up becoming a bonding experience for you.
True. Southern seasoning. It is like this charcoal, like it's the color of this mug, but it's a seasoning that you put on everything basically, but it's delicious. And I actually used it on the first meal that I made at my house for Stefan, and that was the day that we started going steady. So it worked. Thank you to my father-in-law for that seasoning.
True or false, you actually met as teenagers, but then reconnected in 2008. So when did the dinner come in?
It's true. We met at church, so smitten, but didn't start dating until I was 19. So the dinner happened in 2008. August 10th, 2008.
See, something happens in August. And last question, true or false, Sweet July is just getting started?
Very true, very true. We are in our infancy. We are just getting started.
So that will be your fourth child?
It is definitely my fourth baby, yes.
I'm excited for everybody to try out your line because it's comfy, it's cozy, and it represents, beauty. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. This was a lot of fun.
And let's run through the products from Sweet July one more time.
We have the Sweet July Sweet Mornings Tea and Coffee, the Carter Mug by Fellow, the Sweet July Stationery, and the linen bedding from Franklin.
To shop these products, don't forget to scan the QR code or head to today.com/shopallday. And don't go anywhere because we've got splurges and saves to easily organize everything in your life. Coming up only on Shop Today.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time now for my splurges. Items that are definite investments, but that can make a big difference in your life. I'd like you to meet the Cricut Joy and Essentials Bundle. This little machine can do big things. It may seem intimidating at first glance, but this is super easy to use. Use it to create custom labels for everything from your spice rack to kids' accessories, even personalize your journal or water bottle. Plus, it's perfect for creating personalized place settings for a party you might be throwing. Remember these from episode 1? These Hoya Heart cactus plants? They're from the Books Company, and I added this label, used it as a place setting, and then everybody got to take one home as a gift at a dinner party. The machine retails for $238, but you know I love a deal. Scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen for a big bargain. Now, if designing your own labels isn't your thing, we have a great option so you can still get that organized touch. Minted sells custom name labels designed by their community of independent artists. Choose from hundreds of designs, colors, and shapes, and add your name or initials, and place the label to organize or keep track of your favorite items. And you may recognize these stasher bags from my It List earlier. They're labeled now and ready to go. These versatile and durable name labels are dishwasher, microwave, and laundry safe. The custom labels are available in 4 sizes, and prices start at $20 for 60 labels. And that's a wrap for this episode of Shop Today. You could still get all of my must-haves from the show by scanning the QR code on the lower left corner of the screen. Just use the camera on your smartphone for instant access or go to today.com/shopallday. I want to thank Ayesha Curry for spending time with us and sharing her beautiful spirit. I'll see you back in September with finds and deals you can only see here on Shop Today.
First of all, I mean, just raise your hand if you are worried about the mental health of your husbands this week in light of this news.
Absolutely. Absolutely are. And not just my husband, but all of the veterans, to be honest.
And Sean, you raised your hand, you all raised your hands, but Sean, what's it been like having this news come out? How's your husband handling it?
He has been absolutely angry. And I think that's in this space, that's what's hardest to deal with. You know, if he was isolating in his bedroom or, you know, kind of chilling out within himself, yes, that's alarming, but the anger then comes out at those around him, which those around him are myself and our daughter.
All of your husbands have invisible wounds. I can imagine that this news is even harder when you're dealing with a traumatic brain injury. Has that been your experience, Corinne?
Yeah, absolutely. My husband was actually injured in Afghanistan while serving. And so for him, the withdrawal coincides with him associating memories of his Alive Day from being blown up. It coincides with the forthcoming, 20th anniversary of 9/11. And so all of these sort of timelines colliding together makes it very difficult. I think normally for a lot of patients with traumatic brain injury, it's difficult for them to compartmentalize. And so you have all of these things coming together. And for him, it's been very difficult for him not to conflate all of these things, and it's become very difficult.
Betsy, what's your experience been with your husband, David?
So, my husband, his invisible wounds are suicidal ideations. And so when this happened over the weekend, my first instinct as his caregiver was, is he okay? Like, is this going to trigger him into a downfall where we end up with him in the emergency room again because of another suicide attempt? So over the weekend, I was on high alert, making sure that he is okay. I am very thankful, though, that this didn't trigger him in that way. It triggered him in the way that Sean described for her husband, which was the anger. He's very angry and angry at the way it had all unfolded over the weekend in Kabul. And so trying to help him navigate through all of that so that he does not become triggered and suicidal again is kind of what we're dealing with here.
And are your husbands watching the news very closely? And
yeah, my husband is on his phone checking the Twitter feeds, checking news feeds. He's watching the news all day long. And I think that's because he was so invested for so long in his life in this war that is the only way he can still feel invested, by staying on top of the news and the media.
And Sean, is he watching news? Is he talking to old buddies?
He's watching the news. My husband doesn't do a lot of talking to other veterans, which of course is somewhat of the problem, not reintegrating into into what he had before. So it's a lot of internal anguish, and the news has been on, and he's paying more attention to the social media channels that generally he doesn't. So I think that's what's tough. You know, we want to give them that ability to know what's going on, but at the same time, I think we walk on pins and needles wondering if, okay, when is too much? And in social media, we know that the opinions are there. So I think that's where it comes in, and that anger can become out of control. And I agree with Betsy too. The suicidal ideation is huge in our world too. It has been this whole entire past year with COVID. So with something as this event in Afghanistan, my husband spent 7 tours there. It is going to be a triggering event, and I'm just kind of waiting for that. When's that moment going to be?
This isn't easy to ask, but are you worried this could trigger thoughts of suicide?
Absolutely. I know it already has for him. He talked about it a little bit yesterday. It was more in anger. So for his pattern, I would rather see the anger than the that flight mechanism that starts to take a hold. That's when I know there's going to be a bigger crisis. The anger, if he's voicing it, okay, this is good. But absolutely, I'm wondering if this is going to take him, just like Betsy said, into the ER at some point in time.
Corinne, can you express how he feels about it? Is he worried about those left behind and that those Afghans that helped the U.S. soldiers that were there? Or is it more of a feeling of, what was it all about? What was it all for? What is the meaning here?
I think for Ty, it's a little bit of both. I think it's easy to ask the question, was it worth it? But that's a very difficult and complex conversation to have that I don't think, he's in an emotional state to have yet. For us, it's really more answering the question, did I matter? Did what we did matter? And that has been the conversation that we've been trying to have, that even if he doesn't feel like it mattered at the sort of larger scale, that to his family, to his friends, to the Marines that he brought home to their families, it certainly mattered. And so it's the exasperation, it's the frustration, it's the defeatism. And for him, there's also the Marine Association with courage. It feels like we're running away. And that's been really difficult too, because that goes against, right, what they were taught.
How about you, Betsy? Is it about that question of, was it worth it?
Well, it absolutely was over the weekend when we saw the fall happen of Kabul and the Taliban really kind of start making their presence known in the capital city. And those were the questions. Luckily, though, the great thing about the military community is that we are a family. So you asked about the news and the social media, and the Facebook groups and the social places online is where my husband has been interacting with the other veterans. And one thing that has come out of those interactions is similar to what Corinne said. Looking at it as a macro level is a really hard thing to kind of wrap your brain around, but we've talked through, and he's talked through the battles that I were in, those were what mattered. His comrades that gave the ultimate sacrifice, those were what mattered. So it doesn't necessarily matter that we won or lost the war in Afghanistan. And what mattered to my husband was the value that he gave to the fight that he was in at the time that he was in Afghanistan. And so we're really trying to focus on the value of what he had control over while he served. And that has seemed to help reframe it from being so overwhelming and so disappointing of what's actually happening today, and refocusing his efforts on the goodness and the courage and the sacrifice that him and his fellow service members made while he was actually in Afghanistan.
Sean, does that ring true to you? Is it about the feeling he has of whether it's worth it? Is there also that concern about those who were left behind.
Absolutely. My husband has a lot of survivor's guilt to begin with. So I think that what has happened in Afghanistan has amplified that, as well as he has a son that's in the Army. So, we sit here wondering if he's going to be over there or not, fighting again, just like my husband did. So I think that's very, now his macho-ness, probably he doesn't bring that up a lot, but I know that's there, that worry and concern of his son going back to where he was.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I want to ask all of you how you are doing, because we know that caregivers are truly on the front lines. And it's not easy to be in your position and be the ones who have to watch and be vigilant and worry and be on the receiving end of some of these really hard emotions. So, Betsy, how are you handling this?
Well, I've been asked that several times, Savannah, but I've been kind of numb through this all because I'm in caregiver mode. I'm in survival mode because my husband is in crisis mode dealing with this. So for me, I don't have time to think about how I'm doing. I have time to think about how he's doing. So in that, I am okay. I am thankful for my caregiver friends like Kern and Sean and the Elizabeth Dole Foundation for rallying around us and supporting us. But this is where we thrive, to be honest, as caregivers, especially as Dole Foundation fellows. And we're in our element here. So we're good right now, at least I am. It's hard, but we don't know any other way to support our husbands and our service members except for being the rock that they need us to be.
Well, we know you are all good in a crisis. It's just unfortunate that you find yourselves having to call on that again. How are you doing, Sean?
It's been tough. And I think it's an accumulation from this past year to begin with. My husband has been inpatient 4 times in this past year. So I don't want to go there again. And when I look around, home and what is going on, what really gets me is my 10-year-old and how she is feeding off his anxiety. And she's been around all that. So she knows what could possibly happen. And that hurts my heart more than anything. School starting. So not only on top of, the pandemic, now she's worried about dad and school starting. So there's a lot of just making sure she's okay too. And as Betsy said, we're all leaders in this space too. So we are really plugged in to our groups online and the caregivers and what they're going through. So, not only are we in crisis mode at home and with our kids, but as well as trying to serve those caregivers that are in our space. And what's most important, just like Betsy said, if we don't have other caregivers around us, that's when our mental health is going to suffer. So I think bringing an awareness of you've got to reach out to other caregivers that are in this space. We've got to do that so that we can continue in crisis mode and caregiver mode.
Corinne, what would your message be to other caregivers out there who are at home and may not even use that word, may not even recognize themselves as that, but know that they are in crisis?
I think that for me, an interesting experience, these kinds of events, but I'm isolating right now because I have COVID. And so I feel like many caregivers who are away from their care recipients. I think of service members and veterans who are inpatient, whose family members and caregivers cannot be by them in the hospital. I think of veterans who are in hospice care or in long-term care facilities who are also watching the news and experiencing this and not able to be direct support. For me, it's been a lot of FaceTime. It's been a lot of text messages. It's been a lot of phone calls and checking in. We've been meeting out in the backyard, and socially distancing and trying to check in with each other. And so I think that for caregivers who don't necessarily recognize their own roles yet, I hate to say, but this is a really good example of a period of self-reflection to say, do I find myself being more supportive to my veteran than I am to myself in this moment? Am I having to de-escalate? Am I having to talk through things? Am I having to try and distract away and monitor access to television and social media? Do I find myself having to do those things? And if the answer is yes, then I think the best thing that we can say is welcome. Welcome to our community. Welcome to being one of us. And you're not alone. There's a whole social and physical network out there of military and veteran caregivers who are doing this work every day, and there are resources in place. So when you stop fixing, come and hang out with us.
I've heard that so many times over the years working with caregivers, that when I say, what do you need or what helps, there's all the kind of practical needs, but that the number one thing caregivers have always shared with me is just belonging to this community and not feeling alone and feeling like you have someone to talk to.
Well, even when we got on the Zoom, Savannah, this morning, and I see Sean and Corinne, it just immediately brings my mood to a place where, like, all right, I got this, right? We're in this together. We're experiencing this together. We've come to this together, and we're going to get through it, supporting one another and together.
Sean, what does this community mean to you?
The world. I would not be in a good mental health place without the caregivers that I know around me, that I know I can text, I can call, I can vent, I can say the good things and the bad things, and there's no judgment. It's a safe place. And I know that they can lean on me too. So without that, I don't think that this caregiving spot that I find myself in would be as fulfilling as it is without other caregivers and the Elizabeth Dole Foundation support behind us. I just cannot stress enough to reach out and make sure that you're in a space. You have to put yourself in a space where there's other caregivers and other support. And the Elizabeth Dole Foundation is right here waiting for those caregivers.
And last thing, we haven't talked about the politics, whether it's right or wrong that we withdrew, whether it was handled well. We're setting all that aside for the purposes of this conversation, but what would you like to hear from our leaders, specifically to our veterans and to you, the caregivers who are helping them through this really difficult time? Betsy?
Thank you for asking that question. And I really think it is how is our government going to support the veterans that did go to Afghanistan now as they are suffering? And it has to be more than a few social media posts and a few public appearances. It really needs to be comprehensive behavioral health programming for our veterans so that when these crisis moments happen, they are prepared for it. And the onus isn't on us as the caregivers to get them through it. So I would appreciate some kind of acknowledgement that they are suffering and they are committed to their mental health and their well-being.
Corinne?
For me, I would say that it's important to reaffirm with a genuine sense of compassion and understanding that our veterans matter, that their experiences matter, that their service matters. And so I think that in some of those statements, that has been lacking a little bit. And some of that is just the inability to understand unless you were there. And it's the same thing that we find ourselves in. Being a sympathetic ear and a support mechanism without a true, genuine experiential understanding. And so for me, for my husband, that's the big question. And that's the one that he would like to feel has been answered, which is, tell me that I mattered. Tell me that we all mattered. Look at a Gold Star family in the face and tell them it mattered.
Sean, I'll let you have the final word.
Well, I agree with both of them. I think our leaders need to stand up and make sure that they are stating that your time in Afghanistan mattered. And that is not only on a national level. We need to hear it in our communities as well. From the leaders in our communities, they need to understand that they have got to make a point to say your time in service in Afghanistan mattered, not only to the veteran, but to the family members and the caregivers. We see you too. We know what you are doing behind the scenes as your veterans are experiencing the range of emotions that they are going through. So it has to be that as these veterans are seeking out help, that we make sure that those professionals that they are going to also look past the veteran and look into the family and how that they can support in a holistic way the entire family, because the entire family needs support right now.
Well, I hope we are shining a light on all of you. You're my heroes. I wish I could wrap my arms around you, but thank you for your service, because I think caregivers give service to our country every bit as our veterans. So thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's kind of this life to caregiving. Sometimes it feels like a constant game of curveballs.
We were in this alone and just trying to figure out everything, and then him adjusting back to civilian life was just so challenging. There sometimes I just didn't have answers.
Kara Benson of Cocoa Beach, Florida, and Teresa Smith of Big Lake, Minnesota live hundreds of miles apart, but are close at heart. Both women are caregivers for their veteran husbands. Kara's husband, Eric, was an Army combat engineer in Iraq. He sustained blast and chemical exposures and now suffers from a traumatic brain injury and degenerative neurological issues.
He was injured in 2003, but to put it into perspective, we didn't receive even a partially firm diagnosis until 2018. There were so many years of, this is wrong, and doctors saying, well, we don't know. It's in your head.
Teresa's husband, Jason, also suffers from a traumatic brain injury after being injured in an IED blast in Afghanistan in 2009.
I remember pretty vividly just the hot embers falling and just the darkness turning into light, and the feeling, the concussion. I shrugged it right off. I was back to work within a day.
Their husbands returned from deployment changed men, while their wives tried to pick up the pieces, suffering in silence themselves as the stress of their new roles as caregivers took a toll.
It was very isolating and very infuriating. And at that point in time, we didn't have a support network. We didn't have caregivers that I knew. I was just learning the system to help him out. And so it was so infuriating and so lonely to fight that fight.
But 4 years ago, that fight got a little less lonely with the creation of the Hidden Heroes campaign by the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, providing veteran caregivers with the help and recognition they so deserve. Hidden Heroes connects caregivers to helpful resources and each other.
Hidden Heroes has given me a voice, a sense of belonging.
For me, it's been life-changing. There is a camaraderie that comes in the darkest hours, really.
And now both Teresa and Kara want to help light the way for other struggling caregivers. They have been selected to be Hidden Heroes Fellows, an honor for 225 caregivers around the country to serve as allies for other caregivers and give a voice to the voiceless.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's not gonna be easy, But that doesn't mean because you fail sometimes doesn't mean that, you give up.
Don't give up, even if you have to take it minute by minute, step by step, even if you cannot see the finish line. And know that you don't have to do it alone. We'll be there to help you along when you need it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
And It is our pleasure to be joined now by Teresa and Jason Smith, Kara and Eric Benson, and 4 other Hidden Heroes fellows and their families. We have the Poyer family, the Collins family, the Pabin family, and the Bristol family, and their heroes are here. And now you know the true story. The caregivers are heroes too. Kara, we just met you and heard a little bit about your story in the piece. How do you get up every day? Where do you fill your tank? Where do you find your resources to go forward every day, even on the hard ones?
I think getting the network has really helped me find the resources. Caregivers are a wealth of information, and the more you connect with each other, the more we can share that information. And filling my tank is taking those 5 minutes out of the day, whether it be to connect with the caregivers, see how they're doing, connect with a friend, listen to music. Just that 5-minute checkout does absolutely wonders when you are caregiving for a husband and multiple children.
Yeah, you got your hands full. We say good morning to the whole family there. Hey, Hoda, you see everybody out there? Our friends watching today all day. We are thrilled that you're here. It's Thursday, or as Hoda likes to call it, Friday Eve. Are you always saying that?
I have never called it that.
You're constantly calling it. No, you're constantly saying Friday Eve.
It is the second best day of the week. You're turning into our digital show. It's Today in 30. I have a half hour of everything you need to catch you up from our show earlier this morning.
All right, let's get it started with Dr. Rochelle Walensky. She's the director of the CDC, and we talked to her about everything from COVID surge to booster shots and the return to school.
And speaking of back to school, by the way, cities are struggling to find enough school bus drivers. We're going to take a look at the problems being created for millions of families and what some districts are doing to try to find more drivers.
And then we cannot wait to introduce you to the U.S. Paralympian, who is one of the world's most decorated athletes. You've probably seen her inspiring commercial during the Olympics and the Super Bowl. You're probably still crying from that, right, Hoda? Well, wait to hear more about her inspiring story and her mom, too.
Oh, I cannot wait to see that story. Jenna's got that. And also, I have a fun adventure with Hugh Jackman. We're high above New York City, so that'll be fun.
A lot of Snuggletown going on between you and Hugh Jackman, and I'm jealous. Let's get it started. Time for Today in 30. Let's bring in the director of the CDC, Dr. Rochelle Walensky. Dr. Walensky, good morning to you.
Good morning, Savannah.
The big question this morning, if the 2 vaccine dosage is still working to prevent severe disease, hospitalization, and death, why is this 3rd booster shot necessary?
Right. So we have seen now evidence that we've been looking at just over the last week or so that has demonstrated that the vaccine is starting to wane in its effectiveness against infection. It's still holding up relatively well against severe disease and hospitalization, but we've also seen that we actually need more protection against the Delta virus. And we're starting to see in other countries that they're starting to see waning infection against more severe outcomes. So we're anticipating that that may come, and we're planning for it so we can be ahead of this virus.
Yeah, what I think you just said is there was concern that over time that the protection would wane against severe illness and death even, that essentially in some ways the 2 doses wouldn't be good enough anymore.
That's exactly right. So we're starting to see waning in infection. We think that that may result soon in waning in severe disease and outcome. We certainly don't want to see that here. And so that's why we're planning now to get ahead of it before that happens.
One of the biggest problems with the Delta variant, as you well know, is that even for vaccinated people, we now know you can get a breakthrough infection and you could be spreading it even if you don't feel sick and you have no symptoms, which is one reason we've had this explosive growth in COVID cases this summer. So here's my question. Is there hope, or better yet, data, that getting this 3rd booster shot could actually prevent transmission?
So there's actually hope. We don't have data yet. We do know that the higher levels of protection, certainly in the Alpha variant, resulted in less transmission. And we have not yet seen the data, but we are hopeful that the booster will not only protect you, give you a higher level of protection, not just against the Delta variant, but against a broad range of variants, but it might also decrease the level of virus that you have and make it less transmissible if you happen to be a breakthrough.
If the protection after the first 2 shots fades, then presumably the third shot's protection fades too. It's the exact same shot. So do you anticipate this being regular boosters?
You know, I don't think we know that right now. What I will say is there's numerous vaccines where we have 2 primes of a series and then a later booster, and we don't need a boost after that. The hepatitis B vaccine would be one example. So I think we still obviously need to continue to follow the science. We need to see what happens with further variants and whether we have further variants here. But right now we're taking this one step at a time. We know we need a boost now, and we will continue to follow the science. But I don't think it's a given that we will be doing this, continuously.
Yeah, I know you know that there has been criticism both abroad and also by some doctors here in the U.S. who say that getting a third booster shot is unnecessary and something of a luxury item when you look around the world, and many people have not even had their first shots. I was struck by a quote from a WHO official who said it's akin to handing out extra life jackets to people who already have life jackets while we're leaving other people to drown without a single life jacket. Your response?
I don't think that this is a choice in terms of we have to choose one or the other. We're going to do both, and we have been doing both. So just over the last 2 months, we've delivered 50 million vaccines here in the United States and over 100 million vaccines across the world to 60 countries. Before the end of this year, we anticipate that we will be giving about 100 million boosters here in the United States and over 200 million vaccines around the world. This is not a choice. We plan to do both.
As you know, half of the U.S. is not vaccinated at all. Are you worried that this complicates your efforts to send a message to them that the vaccines work? Because now you're telling people, well, actually, you need a third. Does that undermine the messaging?
First, I want to say it is critically important. While we are talking about boosters to the nearly 170 million Americans who are fully vaccinated, we are still actively speaking with the 100 million Americans who are not yet vaccinated and asking them to get the information that they need to get fully vaccinated. They remain at risk of severe disease, illness, and death. When you are vaccinated with your first 2 doses of vaccine, you remain protected from severe disease and death for up to 6, 8, perhaps longer months. And so what this booster is going to do is to optimize that protection, to extend that protection longer.
All right. Dr. Walensky, good to have you with us on this important morning. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Hi, everybody. Happy Thursday. We're back with a look at Rockefeller Plaza. The 19th of August, 2021, the final weeks of summer quickly going by. But it's not over.
Okay, good.
Summer is not over.
Good. I like that.
Actually, guys, we've been talking a lot, as you know, about the issues facing families as this new school year begins. And COVID concerns, of course, are the backdrop of all that, the difficulty finding the right supplies. And now you can add something else to that list, which is a shortage of bus drivers.
Yeah, and it's really happening in communities all across this country right now.
Yeah, exactly. We've got NBC's Kerry Sanders in Orlando with more on that. Hey, Kerry, good morning.
Well, good morning. You know, it used to be easy to find folks, drivers who wanted to sit in this seat, but not so much anymore. Nationwide, some school districts are offering $5,000 signing bonuses to get drivers. But right now, with fewer drivers, that means there are fewer buses running. And with fewer buses running, that means more kids are packed inside. And all of that coming at a time when social distancing is more important than ever.
With the start of the school year underway in many areas, the wheels on the bus